The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Almighty God, our shield and defender, our guide and friend, we praise you. For it is you who provides us counsel every hour of every day. Even at night, you instruct our hearts. We will never be shaken if we keep our eyes on you. With you at our right hand, we will not be led astray. Therefore, on this day, may our hearts be glad and our tongues rejoice. May our bodies rest secure, for you will not abandon us to destruction, nor will you let those who remain faithful to you see the end of hope. For you make known to us the path of life. You fill us with joy as you make your presence known to us each day. On this day, may we live, work, and love, reflecting our gratitude for the bounty of countless and unimaginable gifts you have bestowed on us. May we reveal the joy of our faith in the eternal pleasure you desire for us. In your generous and gracious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purposes, gentlemen from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the National Guard's 388th birthday. Since its founding on December 13th, 1636, in the Massachusetts Bay Colony, the National Guard has exemplified the spirit of citizen soldiers, ordinary men and women answering the extraordinary call to serve their country and their communities. For nearly 4 centuries, the National Guard has been there in times of war and peace, disaster and recovery, and every moment in between. The Guard is a symbol of America's best, a team of teachers, doctors, engineers, and everyday citizens, all soldiers, who are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect ours. Mr. Speaker, today we honor the men and women who have worn the uniform of the National Guard, past and present. We salute their courage, their sacrifice, and their unwavering commitment to duty. And we reaffirm our gratitude to their families, who stand beside them in every challenge and sacrifice. Let us commit to supporting these brave individuals as they continue to protect and serve, ensuring that the Guard remains a shining example of what it means to be a citizen and a patriot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute to advise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Jobs, jobs, jobs. Madam Speaker, the fiscal year 2025 National Defense Authorization Act prevents the elimination of over 500 jobs at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. To be clear, cutting one squadron would have a devastating impact on this economically distressed community and strip away a vital national security asset in a dangerous role. Amidst ongoing conflict around the globe, without any doubt, the F-15E Strike Eagle remains critical to the mission. When visiting Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, the need for constructing a new CATM range couldn't be made clear. The NDAA also includes a provision authorizing $41 million to help airmen with deployment readiness and weapon proficiency. To the 4th Fighter Wing and the Wayne County community, I see you, hear you, and will stay in this fight with you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember the life of former Pennsylvania State Representative Jerry Stern, who passed away earlier this week. For more than 20 years, Representative Stern served the people of Blair and Bedford counties in Harrisburg, where he was committed to addressing the issues that matter most in our communities. During his time both as a member of the Committee of Agriculture and Rural Affairs and the Committee of Children and Youth, Representative Jerry Stern poured himself into his work each and every day. By building coalitions and passing legislation that supported our farmers, and by advocating for children in the foster care system and working to ensure that they received the support and the care that they needed. Representative Jerry Stern showed his commitment to the people of Central Pennsylvania. Today, please join me in remembering the life of Representative Jerry Stern and offering condolences to his wife, Susan, and to his entire family. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virgin Islands, gentlewoman from Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks, Madam Speaker.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge and celebrate Kevray Hendricks, a master musician, dedicated educator, Virgin Islands National Guardsman, and this year's honoree for the Crucian Christmas Festival Village in my home, St. Croix. Mr. Hendricks is a passionate advocate for music and the arts in our community and tremendously committed to the work of supporting young people, not only interested in music, but teaching creativity, discipline, and dedication to craft. As a teacher, a band director for St. Croix Educational Complex High School, and the musical director of a local band that has won the Crucian Christmas Festival Road March numerous times. Congratulations, Cousin Kevray, on this well-deserved recognition. We all look forward to this year's Village Experience and Maestro's Musical Haven. Festival on St. Croix is the warmest celebration of all, with sweet music, food, and fellowship. I yield back.
Thanks. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and then revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the retirement of Morgan County Sheriff Robert Markley. From the beginning of his career as a beat cop patrolling the streets to keep our community safe, to serving as Morgan County's law enforcement officer, Sheriff Markley has dedicated his life to protecting the innocent, delivering swift justice to criminals, and keeping all of us safe. You've been a pillar in the community, a mentor to everyone in local law enforcement, and the leader Morgan County needed. Thank you for your dedication and leadership over these last 2 decades. You truly will be missed, and I hope you will continue to advise and guide the next generation of local law enforcement. Thank you for everything you've done. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to recognize 2 state champion football teams in my district, the East St. Louis Flyers and the Belleville Althoff Crusaders. Under Coach Darren Sunkett's leadership, the Flyers went 13-1 this season, winning their 11th state championship on November 28th with a 48-28 victory over Geneva. I also want to congratulate the Crusaders football team for winning the 2024 1A Illinois State Championship and running back De'Air Hill Jr. on being named the 2024 Illinois Gatorade Player of the Year. What an incredible accomplishment. I know that each and every player, coach, and staffer put in hours of practice and preparation to help the Flyers and the Crusaders achieve their goals on and off the field this season. Your dedication to the game of football and our local community is an inspiration. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to honor our December Small Business of the Month, Staying Home Corporation. This fantastic business in Harrisville, Missouri, offers a wide range of products that allows folks in the Midwest to live more comfortably in their own homes. Owners Mike and Natalie Vogt share their story about how they came to own Staying Home. Their hope is to provide jobs to those in need, donate to causes that the Lord directs, and create a company that continues those goals. Not only are Staying Home Corporation's products beautifully designed, but also brilliantly functional, reliable, and affordable. From elevators and stair lifts to ramps and storm shelters, this business elevates home life and safety with their durable products. Each product is beautifully crafted and expertly engineered in the United States. Congratulations to Staying Home Corporation, our December Small Business of the Month. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to celebrate and honor the remarkable career and legacy of my dear friend, Stevens County Sheriff Randy Shirley, who is retiring after serving as sheriff for 16 years. Randy, who has been in law enforcement for 5 decades, has always given his unwavering dedication to the safety and well-being of the folks of North Georgia, leaving an indelible mark on our community. For 16 years, Sheriff Randy Shirley has led the Stevens County Sheriff's Office with integrity, vision, and a servant's heart. His achievements are many, but what stands out the most is his tireless devotion to our community. From fighting crime and keeping drugs off our streets, to enhancing transparency and mentoring the next generation of law enforcement, his actions have always reflected his deep love for the people he has served. Sheriff Shirley, thank you for putting your life on the line to protect ours. And while after December the 31st, your boots may no longer be on the ground under that badge, your legacy will continue to inspire us all. My friend, fair winds and following seas. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bills.
Senate 3613, an act to require facility security committees to respond to security recommendations issued by the Federal Protective Service relating to facility security and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1612, I call the bill Senate 4199 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4199, an act to authorize additional district judges for the district courts and convert temporary judgeships.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1612, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on Senate Bill 4199.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be brief in opening. This is, in fact, a highly bipartisan, bicameral bill that is, by God, overdue. Not since the 90s have we done a full authorization to deal with the expansion of our country and of the adjudication of federal laws. The fact is, this passed the Senate overwhelmingly. It had essentially no real adversaries, and it cost just 5% of the discretionary bill, and it saves countless billions of dollars. The reality is this bill would have passed by unanimous consent had we brought it sooner. I apologize to everyone here for the hour we're taking for something that we should have done before the midterm or before the elections and done it quickly. But we are where we are. We are faced with a choice today. Do we add to the judgeships for the first time in 20 years and for nearly 40 since it was done by an ordinary legislation rather than appropriations? Or do we again add to the backlog that is costing American businesses countless billions of dollars in excess time and fees and uncertainty as to the outcome? Do we continue to have criminals allowed to plead out because there isn't court time and U.S. attorneys are faced with the decision of what to do with somebody who, in fact, there just isn't enough time to get them through? Mr. Speaker, there are over 750,000 cases in backlog and only about 600 judges to do it. This bill, over a 12-year period, will phase in additional judges. I would have liked them sooner. My colleagues on the other side would have liked them sooner. This was a compromise. The compromise was painful but necessary and bipartisan, and that was that no one president, no one Senate would determine who these judges were, keeping the politics out of it. It would only be pettiness today if we were to not do this because of who got to be first. This is no different than a coin flip at the start of a football game. Yes, the winner gets to go to receive or kick as they choose. But afterwards, it will go back and forth for a very long time. This is a very long time, and we should be the long thinkers on the most permanent body in government. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are here today because of a broken promise. Last year, I proudly joined my colleagues, Courts Subcommittee Chairman Issa and Ranking Member Johnson, in introducing the Judges Act. For decades, Congress has been at an impasse on the question of how to create new judgeships while not knowingly giving new appointees to the other party. This bipartisan bicameral bill would have broken that logjam by having both sides agree to take a chance on their own party winning the White House. Under this legislation, we all promised to give the next 3 unknown presidents a certain number of judgeships. Because no one can tell the future, we were all at an equal disadvantage. But for this deal to work, the bill had to be passed before Election Day. On November 6th, we would all know who the next president would be, and the deal would be broken. The Senate did its part and passed the bill over the summer. But House Republican leadership was unwilling to take a chance on their own candidate, and they refused to bring the bill to the floor before the election. Thus, the agreement central to the Judges Act, that the opportunity to appoint new judges is given to an unknown future president, is now broken. But that is not stopping our Republican colleagues from taking advantage of all the senators and House members who took a chance on bipartisanship. Unfortunately, we are back where we have always been every time a bill to create new judgeships comes before Congress, with one party seeking a tactical advantage over the other. Since we know that Donald Trump sees the federal courts as nothing more than an extension of his political operation, and during his first term he stacked them with dangerously unqualified and ideological appointees, giving him more power to appoint additional judges would be irresponsible. Under the allocation set forth in the Judges Act, he would get 25 judgeship nominations, on top of the 100-plus spots on the judicial bench expected to open up over the next 4 years. Donald Trump has made clear that he intends to expand the powers of the presidency, and giving him 25 new judges to appoint gives him one more tool at his disposal to do just that. Many of the people elevated by Donald Trump to the federal bench were not just conservative-leaning judges. They have proven to be ultra-conservative ideologues who have perverted the law to benefit Donald Trump and conservative causes. They have also repeatedly been criticized for their lack of understanding of the law, for their inability to provide speedy decision-making, and for their repeated errors in judgment. We should not compound this problem by giving him yet more nominations to fill. I have long argued for more federal judges. 20 years ago, we were already overdue, and the problem has only gotten worse. But Republicans and Democrats, quite reasonably, have never wanted to give an opposing party's president more power. So presidential administration after presidential administration went by with no new judgeships created. The Judges Act would have broken that impasse if it had been passed before the presidential election this year. The genius behind the Judges Act and the deal to pass it was that it was devoid of the politics that have plagued the federal judgeship creation process. We took recommendations made by the Nonpartisan Judicial Conference of the United States. The nominees were spread out over 3 presidential administrations and 6 Congresses, and the judge allotments would begin with a future unknown, quote-unquote, next president. In August, senators from both sides of the aisle joined together and unanimously passed the Judges Act. We could have done the same thing here. We should have done the same thing here. If Republican leadership had brought the bill to the House floor in September, we could have passed it on suspension in no time. Back then, the president would still have been unknown, and the underlying promise of the bill was still present. But when S. 4199 arrived in the House, Republican leadership refused to touch it. As the days counted down before the election, my colleagues and I begged them to take it up. We explained the stakes. They knew that bipartisan support for creating desperately new judgeships would only exist if the bill was passed into law before November 5th. But they refused. The Republican leadership was uninterested in taking the chance that their candidate might not win in November. It was a fair fight, and they wanted no part of it. Now they are here today, during the narrow window when the essential promise behind the Judges Act is broken, trying to force this bill through the House on a partisan basis. What we are seeing today is a tragic breakdown in what should have been a bipartisan process. I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who fought for this bill over the summer and in September. Our work together reminds me that there can be opportunities for collegiality and collaboration across the aisle. This good, honest work is even more striking when juxtaposed with the political gamesmanship we're seeing today, as the majority takes a nonpartisan bill and perverts it toward their own ends. 1 month and 8 days from now will be January 20th, 2025. On Inauguration Day, we will no longer know who the next president will be, and I would be happy to take up the promise behind the Judges Act that day and to give additional judicial appointments to presidents yet to come. Until then, I must urge my colleagues to vote no on S. 4199, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, a member of the committee, a law enforcement specialist, a decorated veteran. Mr. Nels.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Bipartisan Judges Act, which would create 63 permanent federal district court judgeships and 3 temporary judgeships, including 10 in the great state of Texas and 4 in my district over the next 10 years. This bill would also authorize additional courtroom locations in multiple states to improve access for rural residents in large districts such as the Southern District of Texas. Simply put, the Judges Act is a critical piece of legislation. The population of the United States has increased 50 million people since the year 2000, and the number of cases pending in federal trial courts has nearly doubled. Despite this, Congress has not added more federal judges to the bench since 2004. Unsurprisingly, this has led to staggering backlogs in federal courts across the country. which has in turn led to litigants losing access to timely justice and a severely overworked judicial bench. In the Southern District of Texas alone, which encompasses my district, there are over 6,082 civil cases pending and 8,928 criminal cases as of June of this year. A lack of rural courtroom locations also forces Americans to commute for hours a day when called for federal jury duty or to access the courts. This is unacceptable for our country, and it is incumbent upon Congress to address. As a Republican co-lead of this House companion version of the bill, alongside my colleague, Representative Isa, this legislation will not only address multi-year case backlogs, but will also ensure the administration of justice in a reasonable time frame. And make no mistakes, folks, the sudden opposition to this bill from my friends on the other side of the aisle is nothing more than childish foot stomping. The Democrats know this is a fair bill, and they know that it doesn't give any president or party an advantage in appointing judges, since they are to be added in 6 segments over 10 years. That's why my bill passed out of the House by unanimous consent. It's why it is supported by federal judges across the political spectrum, and it's why House Republicans support this bill regardless of electoral results. But because they are angry over the results of this election, the official Democrat position now seems to be that our federal trial court system should be left to languish over the weight of crippling backlogs. This bill is common sense. One of our most basic obligations as a Congress is to oversee the judiciary and ensure it functions well. I strongly urge my colleagues to fulfill that obligation and support this legislation. With that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Courts and Intellectual Property, the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Representative Johnson.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for yielding me the time. And today, I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 4199. You know, you don't get to pick the horse after that horse has already won the race. But that's exactly what my Republican colleagues are seeking to do today. Senate Bill 4199 was bipartisan until just over a month ago. It was a bill that I was proud to support, but it's one that I've been fighting for because there's no question that we need more federal judgeships. We've been fighting this battle for years. We haven't been able to pass a comprehensive judgeships bill in over 3 decades because my friends on the other side of the aisle want to strangle the judicial system and privatize it, want to do forced arbitration, and want to clog up the courts. And then when they do get a chance to appoint judges to the court and justices, they appoint right-wing extreme ideologues to the bench. And when we look at the announced appointments that Donald Trump has announced so far, people like Stephen Miller, Matt Gaetz, people like Robert Kennedy, people like Pam Bondi, people like Kash Patel, it's clear that Trump has said and has acted in ways to pervert the justice system. And so Bill 4199 would give this incoming president 25 appointments to the federal judiciary of extreme right-wing ideologues. It's just not something that is appropriate for us to support at this particular time, given his track record. And so we could have passed this bill before the lame duck session. In fact, that was what the intent was. It was to passed this legislation before the next president was known. That was why the bill passed the Senate by unanimous consent. And because the Senate passed the bill before the election, they adhered to that precept that we would pass this without knowing who the president was, who the new president or the incoming president would be. So the Senate did its job. It held up its end of the bargain and sent this bill to us way back in August, before the election. But when Senate Bill 4199 arrived in the House, Republican leadership injected politics right back into the bill. They tried to do a McConnell-type move here. They refused to bring the bill up before the election, despite our pleadings that this bill must pass in September to avoid the politics and to honor the agreement of the unknown next president, just as the Senate did. To my friends on the other side of the aisle, it's not about honoring the agreement or fairness, but it's about guaranteeing an outcome that will be in their favor. So we stand here today knowing who the next president will be. That means that one party now gets a significant advantage under this bill, the exact outcome we intended to avoid. And it is because of that broken promise that I can no longer support this bill. I do not take this position lightly. Our judiciary is in dire need of independent judges who will make reasoned decisions based on the law. But if you think giving 25 more district court seats to Trump is going to fix the problem, you're sadly mistaken. Bringing this bill to the floor until after the election isn't fair, it's not right, and this is rigging the game in your favor. It makes it politics. It brings McConnell into the House. And I can't in good conscience support this bill, and so I urge my colleagues to vote no, and with that I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we often hear the term here in the House and throughout our country before party. It's clear we didn't hear that here yet today on the other side of the aisle. With that, I would ask to yield such time as he may consume to the chairman of the full committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you. I thank gentlemen for yielding. Think about their argument. Their argument's real simple. We can't do it now because Trump won. We got to wait 4 years to fix something everyone knows needs to be addressed, but we can't do that. We got to wait 4 years because we don't like what the people chose. I mean, the people spoke loudly and clearly. President Trump won all 7 swing states. He won 30 of the 50 states. He won the popular vote. Well, can't do what the people want. Even though we haven't addressed this in 20 years, 50 million increase in population in our country, hundreds of thousands of pending civil cases. Judicial Conference says we need it. Came out of the Senate unanimously, but nope, can't do it. Trump won. That's their argument. The people spoke. And by the way, this bill is designed as fair as possible. What the chairman did, great work on this, 66 judgeships over the next 10 years. That'd be 3 different presidents are going to get a weigh in on this. 6 different Congresses are going to be in session over that time frame. In the first batch, I think California, I think your state gets 7. Half of the first batch, 20-some, 22, 25 of the first judges that President Trump would get to appoint come from states where both senators are Democrats. You can't do it any more fair. They just don't like what the people did. They don't like what the American people did. That's their argument. So I say we pass this thing. We address a situation that everyone knows needs addressed. We need more judges. Everyone understands that. Bipartisan. When the Judicial Conference came around, there were judges who Republican, Democrat, they all came. They all were for it. They didn't say we don't like what the people did. They said let's just fix what needs to be fixed in our judicial system. This is a good piece of legislation. The chairman has worked very hard on it. I urge a yes vote, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Ohio, the chairman of the committee, says we don't like what the American people did. Well, obviously we don't. We lost the election. But relevant to this bill is we don't like what Mr. Jordan did. We don't like what the Republican leadership did in refusing to bring the Senate bill to a vote before the election. We begged them. Darrell Issa begged them, begged Mr. Jordan. I did. Hank Johnson did. We said, bring it to the floor before the election. It'll pass unanimously, and we'll have the judges that we need. Because if it's not brought to the election until after, it's not brought to the floor until after the election, one party or the other is going to oppose it. So we're objecting to this bill not because we object to what the American people did, because we object to what Mr. Jordan and the Republican leadership did. And I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished representative from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to S. 4199, the Judges Act. I appreciate the comments that have come from the Republican side this morning, Chairman Jordan in particular. We've had a chance to pass bipartisan legislation out of that committee. In fact, a couple of those bills have been mine, co-sponsored with Republican Wesley Hunt. So I know we can get it done. I know we can work in a bipartisan fashion and get legislation out of the committee when we choose to do so. And the idea behind this bill was to take the politics out of judicial nominations and selections. And I think it's pretty clear, I think everyone would agree that this system's been broken for some time. The Republicans would point to the Bork nomination. We certainly on the Democratic side look at what happened with Merrick Garland and his Supreme Court nomination that was blocked. He had to wait almost a year and wasn't even given a hearing during that time. And then after that, Justice Amy Coney Barrett was confirmed by the Senate in about a 3-week period, if I recall correctly, even though that happened just before the election and President Biden would have been in place to make the selection for the Supreme Court at that time. So this bill was aimed at trying to get around that and take the politics out of the selection process by having the decision made with respect to the passage of the legislation before we knew who the president was going to be. And I thought that was a good way to go. I didn't co-sponsor this bill, frankly, because I was a little worried we ended up in exactly the place we are today. But what happened was, now that the election's been had, even though the Senate passed this bill back in the summer, in fact, it came out of committee in June, it was passed unanimously in the Senate in August, and the House Judiciary Committee had several markups in September and August. We could have taken the bill up then, but it never happened. In fact, it didn't happen until after the election and President Trump was selected. And guess what happened then? Now that we're at the 11th hour, we didn't even bother to have the committee markup process happen. They brought it straight to the floor. And now they're asking us to vote for it today on this expedited basis, now that they know who's going to win. So I just say this. We know how to do bipartisan legislation. Mr. Issa on the other side, I know, has done excellent bipartisan legislation, working with members of this committee on the Democratic side. And he has a long history of doing that, and I think we can replicate that again. But today, I ask that we not pass this bill. I ask my colleagues to vote against it. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's take another crack at making sure we do this in a bipartisan way. I agree we need more judges. In fact, the courthouse I practice in, D.C. Superior Court, 10 short. We need them there. We need them in other courts that I practice, and we need them all over the country. But let's do it in the right way.
Additional 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman, but I'll wind it up, and I'll say this. We know how to do this the right way. The American people want us to do it the right way. We know the judiciary, the nomination and selection process has been broken for some time. This could be a way to take a step in the right direction for fixing that. So I'd ask my colleagues, vote no today. Let's get back to the drawing board. Let's find a way to work together in a bipartisan fashion and yield an apolitical result. Elections have consequences. Mr. Trump's going to have his chance to put nominees on the court for sure. But let's try and do it in a way that looks out over time, makes it more equitable over time, so we can have a balanced judiciary that the people believe in and have confidence in and don't feel as political and partisan. And with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, it's now my pleasure to ask to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, a member of the committee, a member of the subcommittee, and a co-sponsor of this legislation and an active proponent for the justice that we require by having federal judges added to the bench.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're getting a taste, I hope we're not getting a taste of what's to come. You know, the American people are watching. They have identified correctly Washington is broken. There are a lot of problems that have arisen over the last 4 years because of the mismanagement from this White House and from the leadership, the Democratic leadership of this House. They wanted a president and a Congress, a House and a Senate who are going to fix the problems facing this country. Well, let me tell you, with the Judges Act, we are fixing a problem, and we're seeing Democrats, once again, throwing a temper tantrum because they can't get their way. If this is what's to come over the next 4 years, well, get ready, because it's going to be temper tantrum after temper tantrum by the Democrats because they're not getting their way. You know, they deserve the timeout that they're getting over the next 2 years. The American people have given Democrats a timeout for a reason. This legislation responds to the findings of a nonpartisan policymaking body, the Judicial Conference of the United States, creating the recommended judgeships during future presidential administrations, addressing a long overdue critical issue facing our federal judiciary and offering a meaningful solution. Includes important updates to the structure and timing of new judgeships, introduces enhanced transparency requirements and provisions to ensure greater access to justice in high-need areas nationwide. As of March 31st, 2023, federal district courts were facing a backlog of 686,000 pending cases, over 500,000 pending cases, an average of 491 filings per judgeship over a single year. These represent delayed justice for countless individuals and businesses seeking resolution to their legal disputes. That's why the Judicial Conference recommended these 66 new district court judgeships. That's why the Senate passed it unanimously. While some targeted legislation added 34 district court judgeships between 1999 and 2003, it's been 20 years since Congress last acted to address this issue comprehensively, and the Democrats are now arguing that we should wait another 4 years. No. The Democrats can sit in their timeout. Republicans are going to lead. We deserve to have this legislation acted on so that the American people's wishes to have the problems identified and solved are implemented. Given the severity of this issue, I can't believe that President Biden opposes this important bill. I hope he will reconsider. This act allows Congress the opportunity to modernize and strengthen our judiciary to ensure that justice is not delayed, but delivered. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's prepared to close. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, had the Republican leadership taken this bill up in September, we could have been celebrating a true bipartisan victory right now. There's no question that it is necessary to authorize new federal judgeships for the growing caseload in the federal courts. That is why I fought to take up this bill earlier this year when the next president was unknown. That's why the Senate passed the bill in August. That's why Mr. Issa and I and others urged Mr. Jordan and the Republican leadership to take up the bill before the election, when the central arrangement of the bill, they were setting up 66 new judges across 3 unknown presidential administrations and 6 unknown congressional majorities would have been there. But now it's too late for that. Now we can wait for the new Congress in January and pass the bill, but it'll have to be delayed 4 years. Why? Because the Republican leadership refused to take up the bill when it should have, when it would have gotten a unanimous vote here as it got a unanimous vote in the Senate. And I will continue to fight for more federal judges. But we must do it at a time when the identity of the next president is not known. That is the fundamental bargain that is fair to both parties. Until then, we should reject this bill as nothing more than partisan gamesmanship. I urge members to oppose the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields, gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Normally, when you know a bill is going to pass, you close quickly. I'm going to break that rule for a few minutes today because I want to make one last plea. I wish the plea was to the American people, as it should be. I wish the plea was to the Speaker, as it will be from a standpoint of where I look and where I speak. But the plea is to the President of the United States not to be petty. It's to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to consider the long-term impact of this decision that has been spoken of today. As the ranking member and my friend, Jerry Nadler, said, this was bipartisan. This was something that was worked out not just now, but the gentleman from New York and I worked this out in 2017. And similarly, we couldn't get it across the finish line. After that, people decided to be partisan for a while. And Jerry and I, if I may call the gentleman from New York, my friend, Mr. Nadler, Jerry, we said, no, we're going to go back to being men of the House. We're going to go back to doing what is good, putting country first, and particularly putting the needs of the Article 3, the other body, the one that we control, but only until they're appointed. And then once appointed, they serve for life. They serve in any way they choose for good behavior. And as a result, they become very independent and very much nonpartisan. So I'm going to appeal in a couple of ways for a moment to my colleagues who have to make a vote that is not immediately to their party's benefit and for which the first 2 years are not unknown. But it's easy to talk about 6 congressional periods, more than 10 years, 3 presidents, and say, but I'm not getting it the first 4 years. Well, President Trump doesn't have 4 years. President Trump has 2 years in which we know that there is currently a Senate majority. Senate majorities come and go. Very easily, 2 years from now, the Senate could be under the other party's control. That would mean that no judge would be brought in those second 4 years. Half of those 25 seats that have been talked about here today and probably more than half because of the time it takes to get through the process, more than half would be under a Senate that would say, no, we want to compromise. I'm a Californian. I've only had, in my 24 years, Democrats as my senators. I've had quite a few, different status, different dedication. One of them is the current Vice President, Kamala Harris. I know how they use the blue slip. I know how, in my state, you don't get a super Trumper. The fact is, you don't get anyone without a process of going through those senators and getting compromise. So I know that the 7 that are to be produced over this next 4 years, none of them, by the way, in my home district where I desperately need them, but that was also part of the consideration and compromise. Those will be, in fact, with 2 Democrat senators who insist on moderate Republicans. But let's go beyond the nuances. After those first 2 years, we have 8 more years. It could be that most of those years could be with a Democrat president and a Democrat Senate. Maybe not. But let's talk about the benefit or damage that if the president, because this bill is going to pass, and hopefully with bipartisan support, and hopefully with many people that aren't here today who have heard from their judges, if the president signs it, yes, he will be signing saying that a few judges will be appointed and likely confirmed under this united government that currently is forecast. But let's look at the scope. There are 890 judges, including our appellate judges, 677 at the district court alone. But in my district, almost half of the judges hearing cases are senior status. They don't even count. That means that there's over 1,000 judges, including those who are on senior status, still working essentially for free because they could retire and get the same money. They, in fact, are working because the backlog is almost over 750,000 cases. They're working because otherwise patents and other civil cases that cost tens of millions of dollars often, if delayed, cost millions of dollars a year. They're trying to keep the system working. So the damage to our country, to our economy, if we choose not to have this bill signed into law, could be great. And the savings could be even greater for the efficiency. But let's lastly ask the real question. Over 1,000 judges, 890 not on senior status. And we're talking about 25 that could be appointed if the president holds the Senate for his 4 years. 25. 25 out of 890? That isn't very many. In the opening remarks, my good friend from New York did mention that there could be 100 judges appointed by the next president and confirmed by the Senate. And that's true. But that's going to happen whether we expand this or not. The question is, for example, for the 3 temporary judges in Oklahoma, will the backlog of cases for Native Americans that prompted those temporary positions, will that continue? Will we continue to have judges constantly getting on airplanes and running around almost like riding circuit in order to fill a gap here or there because they don't have enough judges, but they try to find a judge that they can move around a little bit? Will we continue to have justice denied because justice delayed is justice denied? Or will we alleviate some of this? Will we work with Chief Justice and all the justices of the Supreme Court? And by the way, there's 9 of them, and not one of them has called the ranking member or the chairman and said, don't do this bill now because it might be partisan. The justices of both parties, the judges appointed by both parties, are still calling all of the offices and asking, please move this bill. Lastly, in closing, I will share with my colleague on the other side of the aisle, I wish we had brought this sooner. I know that it would have been more likely to have been broadly passed and signed by a president who thought his vice president was going to replace him, or even earlier when he thought he was going to get a second term. But we're not there. We're in a position where I'm going to ask as many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to vote for this, to put country before the obvious politics of it. And lastly, the plea I make to the former senator that I served with, the former vice president that I served with, and the president I now serve with. Don't be petty. Don't put politics ahead of the good of the country. Before considering the signing of this bill, which I know will go to his desk, talk to the court. Talk to members that he, in fact, as a senator from Delaware, helped put on the bench, and ask them, should I sign this bill, or should I veto it and hope that you can put up with 2, 4, or 20 more years before we send you enough judges to adjudicate the cases, particularly civil, that are pending? That's the plea I make here today. It is not a plea I've ever made before, and I hope I don't have to make it again. Mr. Speaker, I ask all our colleagues to please put country first ahead of the obvious politics that are here and vote for this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate is expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1612, the previous question is ordered. The question is on third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
An act to authorize additional district judges for the district courts and convert temporary judgeships. Questions on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
On that, I ask for the ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Member will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 236 and the nays are 173. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at noon on Monday next for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Here, that I may hereafter be considered as a first sponsor of H.R. 7840, the PROTECT Act of 2024, a bill originally introduced by Representative Jackson Lee of Texas for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection.
Thank you. That's it.
The House will be in order. Moving to 1 minute. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection. The House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate my incredible Marine Corps fellow, Major Suzette Millette, for her tremendous work this past year in my office. Suzanne has been instrumental in helping prepare for defense events and legislation, especially when it comes to the defense appropriations and MILCON VA portfolios. Her tireless work, wealth of knowledge, experience, and expertise has been crucial in crafting legislation that directly benefits our service members in Oklahoma's 5th District. Her hard work in my office in service to our nation is applaudable. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Sue's leadership during Marine Corps Day. She led a group of Hill staff through numerous exercises, and my office still talks about it to this day. I can't thank her enough for her dedication, not only to her country, but to her office, her family, and her horses. She will be truly missed. Thank you for everything you've done for America and for Team Vice Sue. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S. 1351, an act to study and prevent child abuse in youth residential programs and for other purposes, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
For what purpose is the gentlewoman from Hawaii?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate my friend, Commander Kevin Dorr, on the successful completion of his command of the USS Daniel Inouye. Under his leadership, the USS Inouye embarked on its maiden deployment, a 9-month tour that demonstrated the strength, skill, readiness, and resilience of our Navy. Initially deployed to the Pacific, the USS Inouye's mission was extended when tensions in the Middle East flared. Commander Dorr and his crew rose to the occasion and headed to the Red Sea, where they exemplified our nation's commitment to helping others in need when they provided timely rescue assistance to Iranian mariners in distress. Kevin, I wish you fair winds and following seas, wherever life may take you. Please know that for all you have done for our state and our country, you will always be Kama'aina, and Hawaii will always be your home. To Aaron and the kids, John Michael, Andrew, Lily, and Samuel, mahalo for sharing your husband and father with us, and for being the rock of support he has always needed to truly go for broke. Mahalo, and I yield back.
Please take all sidebar conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, the House passed the Water Resources and Development Act, which includes essential protection for property owners on Table Rock Lake in my district. Table Rock Lake is more than just a body of water. It's beloved as a landmark in southwest Missouri and a crown jewel of the Ozarks. The provisions in this bill will ensure that property owners who have inadvertently encroached parts of their homes on core land or rely on septic systems do not have to remove these essential structures. I want to extend my gratitude to Chairman Graves, a proud fellow Missourian and a steadfast advocate for this cause. I also wish to thank Subcommittee Chairman Rouser for his unwavering support of these critical provisions. Together, we are standing up for the rights and the livelihoods of the residents of Table Rock Lake. This is a proud, proud moment for Southwest Missouri, and I am so honored to be leading this effort. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Gerald Womack, a distinguished leader and native son of Houston, Texas. For over 3 decades, Mr. Womack has been at the forefront of community revitalization, serving as the president and CEO of Womack Development and Investment Realtors. His work has brought economic opportunity and housing improvement to an area rich in cultural heritage in the heart of the 18th Congressional District. As of December 2022, his firm ranked number 3 by the Houston Association of Realtors for volume sales in Area 4. Over his career, Womack has closed in excess of $900 million in residential and commercial sales and leasing throughout his career. He leads a great team of 25 professionals who are committed to excellence and have high ethical standards. As chairman of the Harris County Housing Authority Board, Mr. Womack has championed affordable housing initiatives to ensure that all Houstonians have access to a safe, dignified place to call home. Beyond his professional achievements, he is a prolific volunteer, and his commitment to service is unmatched. This December, the Houston Area Realtors will award the prestigious John E. Wolf Community Service Award to him. I congratulate him as he exemplifies the spirit of Houston, resilient, innovative, and community-centered. I'm proud to recognize his enduring contributions to our city, and I want to let him know the best is yet to come. Thank you. I yield back.
Will staff please recognize that I've asked several times to remove the sidebar conversations from the floor? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate retired U.S. Army Colonel Orlando Rodriguez as the 2024 Veteran of the Year for Florida's 15th District. Colonel Rodriguez is a distinguished figure within our local and military communities with nearly 3 decades of faithful and dedicated service to his nation. Born in Havana, Cuba, Colonel Rodriguez fled the island in 1959, but would soon return as part of the famed Brigade 2506, a CIA-sponsored group of Cuban exiles who carried out the Bay of Pigs invasion. Colonel Rodriguez spent 2 years in a Cuban prison following the Bay of Pigs invasion. He was then released to the United States and commissioned into the U.S. Army in 1963, serving multiple combat tours in Vietnam and with the 1st Cavalry and 82nd Airborne Divisions. As a Green Beret, Colonel Rodriguez served as a key advisor to Presidents George H.W. Bush and Ronald Reagan on Latin and Central American operations, and later served at Tampa Bay's very own MacDill Air Force Base as a senior military advisor on the U.S. Special Operations Command. His lifelong service and leadership have left a lasting mark on our nation and community, and his dedication continues to inspire us all. It is an honor to recognize Colonel Rodriguez as Florida's 15th District Veteran of the Year. Thank you for your service and congratulations. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Extend my remarks. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a man whose steadfast leadership has left an indelible mark on Northwest Ohio. A family man, an architect, and mayor, Craig A. Stow, of the thriving city of Sylvania, Ohio. He has used his exceptional talents to form and shape a lovely community for most of his adult life. After nearly 3 decades of service as mayor, with over 40 years of dedicated public service overall, Mayor Stow is retiring, and there will be a wonderful party tonight in his honor. He leaves behind a legacy of vision, collaboration, and unwavering commitment to his community. Mayor Stow's tenure has been a shining example of honest, good governance. His steady, concerted efforts to secure a regional water commission to improve water security for our region stand as testament to his ability to build consensus and tackle vital, pressing challenges head-on. Beyond his achievements and accolades, Mayor Stow's career is defined by his deep connections to the people of Sylvania. He is Sylvania. His dedication to fostering a thriving community, supporting local projects, and mentoring future leaders exemplifies what it means to serve with heart and purpose. Mayor Stow embarks on his well-earned retirement soon to explore new horizons, and we extend our heartfelt gratitude for his decades of service. Congratulations, Mayor Stow, on a remarkable career. May your living legacy inspire us all to lead with integrity and a spirit of unending service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek to be recognized?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of Itasca County Commissioner Burl Ives, who recently passed away after years of dedicated service to his community. Burl was born to Mike and Mary Ives, both influential figures who built multiple successful businesses in the Grand Rapids, Minnesota area, including the Timberlake Lodge. In the early 1990s, Burl started a business of his own before joining his family in their many hospitality businesses. Eventually, Burl became a beloved Itasca County Commissioner, using his compassion and experience to advocate for the betterment of the community that he loved. Burl was running for his 3rd term as county commissioner when he passed away at the age of only 57. As a true testament to the incredible job he did in this role, Burl was still elected to the county commissioner's seat despite his death and being well publicized by our local media. Mr. Speaker, my prayers are with the Ives family as they mourn this huge loss, and my heart especially goes out to Burl's wife, Christine, and their 2 children, Samantha and Thomas. May his legacy of hard work and service live on through all those who knew and loved him. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the hard work and invaluable contributions of Kristen Meyer to my office. Kristen has honorably served as an Air Force Congressional Fellow on my legislative team for the past year. While Kristen's time in my office is coming to an end, her contributions to my community and to our nation will be durable and lasting. Notably, in just 1 year's time, she has helped us to reinvigorate the bipartisan Service Women and Women Veterans Caucus like never before. She's championed dozens of legislative proposals through the fiscal year 2025 NDAA, which passed last evening. She's spearheaded numerous Intelligence Authorization Act provisions that will make our country and our world safer. Improved office processes, strategies, community outreach, and much more. And most importantly, she's made us laugh even when we felt like crying. The Hula team is incredibly grateful to the generosity, ferocity, kindness, and humor that Kristen has brought to our office every single day. Thank you, Kristen, for your service and for your vital contributions to the intelligence community. We wish you the best of luck on your next steps, and we will miss you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the remarkable life of Peter Fitzpatrick, a beloved member of the Fitzpatrick clan, whom we sadly lost earlier this year. Born in County Leitrim, Ireland in July of 1937, Pether lived a life that was nothing short of extraordinary. At the age of 20, Pether left the green hills of Ireland for the United States. He wasted no time in answering the call to serve his new country, proudly enlisting in the United States Air Force, where he served honorably from 1957 to 1962. Mr. Speaker, after leaving the Air Force, Pether continued his civil service by joining the ranks of the New York Police Department as an officer and as a detective. In 1962, Pether found the great love of his life, Margaret, and their marriage spanned an extraordinary 62 years. Together, they raised 3 remarkable daughters, Kathleen, Rosemary, and Colleen, and built a family that became the heart and soul of Pether's life. Mr. Speaker, Pether's roots in Ireland remained the cornerstone of his identity, and though he left its shores, Ireland was forever etched in his heart. Pether Fitzpatrick was above all a man of immense character, devoted to his family, his faith, and his community. And Mr. Speaker, today we honor his legacy. We remember a life well lived and a man who was deeply loved. Pether Fitzpatrick exemplified what it means to live a life of purpose, integrity, and heart. May his soul pass through old Ireland, and may his soul remain at God's right hand. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize William Arwood from Akron as Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champion of the Week. I am thrilled to announce that William is the 2024 Congressional App Challenge winner for our district. His app, entitled How to Beat Bezos, is an innovative stock market simulator game that educates players on the nuances of buying and selling stocks for profit. It is inspiring to see how William, a freshman at the National Inventors Hall of Fame STEM High School, combined his interest in the stock market with his passion and skill in computer science to create a fun and engaging tool that can be a benefit to people of all ages. As the winner of our district's Congressional App Challenge, William's app will be proudly displayed in the Capitol, where visitors from across the country and the world can appreciate his innovation and creativity. Congratulations again to William on being the winner of the Congressional App Challenge and this week's Champion of the Week for Ohio's 13th District, and thank you to all of the students who submitted apps this year. I look forward to seeing what William and our other talented students across the district create next year and for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend our remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to help celebrate the passage finally this week of the National Defense Authorization Act, a key step in strengthening America's security and supporting our military. It was a strong bipartisan vote showing there is unity on America's unity. The bill ensures our military has the tools, the resources, and capabilities to promote readiness and deadliness. With its cutting-edge technology, critical infrastructure, and the much-needed pay improvement for our soldiers and their housing, it's a broad approach that's really going to help with the all-around needs we have to meet those goals. It demonstrates a clear commitment to protecting our nation and defending freedom for this country and our allies around the world. Indeed, the best war to fight is the one you never have to fight, and that's why when we have a strong military that's ready, the deterrence factor is one of the best ones we can have for avoiding conflict and avoiding unnecessary bloodshed. So we're sending a powerful message with this legislation. With the challenge we face as a country, the United States will always be ready to protect what matters most. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Cal State University of Fullerton's new president, Dr. Ronald Rochin. Dr. Rochin was born in the south side of Chicago, where he founded and nurtured his passion for education and community service. And he stepped in to the top role at Cal State University of Fullerton, my alma mater, this past July. Dr. Rochin brings 14 years of experience to Southern California, having led the University of Southern Indiana through COVID-19 and the new athletic division. As a proud Titan that I am, I'm very excited to see Dr. Ronald Rochin at the helm. Ron, we're happy to see you at Cal State Fullerton, and we look forward to working with you. Let's get busy, sir. Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'm proud to represent 14 of Arizona's tribes, and one of the leaders I've been able to work with is Chairman Robert Miguel of the Ak-Chin Indian community in Maricopa, Arizona, who will complete his final term this month due to term limits. Chairman Miguel first joined the Ak-Chin Tribal Council in 2014 and was elected chairman in 2016. During this time, he has been a strong leader focused on serving his community with an entrepreneurial spirit, creating jobs and economic growth, and promoting educational opportunities. We have worked together on efforts with the Indian Health Services, ensuring health care coverage for the tribe, along with prioritizing flood control improvements with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The first time I met with Chairman Miguel, he shared with me the Ak-Chin slogan, "We all win with Ak-Chin." I'll remember his enthusiasm and hard work as we continue to work with the tribe on important issues. Thank you, Chairman Miguel, for your leadership and service. I wish you the best in your future endeavors and know you will continue to make Ak-Chin proud. Thank you, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee for the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve the people of West Virginia in the United States House of Representatives over the past 10 years. I was elected on November 4th of 2014. Believe it or not, back then, West Virginia wasn't a safe Republican state. I only won by 3 percentage points in a tough election. But the good people of West Virginia's 2nd District had given me the privilege of electing me 4 more times, so 5 times in total, to represent them for these past 10 years. I did not seek re-election to the U.S. House of Representatives. I ran for another office, which I did not win. So my time will come to a close at noon on January 3rd. I've actually enjoyed educating a lot of folks about how this works here, and the Constitution dictates specifically the time at which you are no longer a congressman. And it's exactly at noon on January 3rd. And at that time, my 10 years in office will come to an end. During my first 8 years in Congress, I represented 17 beautiful counties from the eastern panhandle of West Virginia, where I live, all the way down to Charleston in Kanawha County. That's the part in the red here through the middle of the state. After the 2020 census was done, West Virginia lost one of our 3 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. So for the past 2 years, I've represented 27 counties across the northern half of our state, the top part of the state there. I've had the uncomfortable, unfortunate experience of having to run against another incumbent member of Congress in that election. I did prevail, and so it's been a great privilege to represent half the state just these past 2 years. So while West Virginia is one of the smaller states in terms of population, its geography is vast. It takes 6 hours to drive from one end of my district to the other. So I've traveled thousands of miles, meeting wonderful, hardworking taxpayers in West Virginia. In fact, one of my favorite things to do is when I'm driving, basically 6 hours from one end of my district to the other, is stop in every little town, barber shops, thrift stores, general stores, and just say hi to folks. I have found that most folks have actually never met their congressman or have never met any congressman, and I take great pleasure in just popping in, even unannounced, saying hi to folks, letting them know we're there, we're here to help. I consider it a great honor and privilege to be able to do that. My wife, Dr. Grace Gonzalez Mooney, and I are very proud to call West Virginia home. We are, in fact, West Virginians by choice. We chose to move there from another state, an intentional choice we made and we're very proud of, and we're certainly not leaving. Together, I'm just grateful. My wife has supported me unwaveringly over the past decade and even before. This is tough on the family, this business, so I really thank my wife. We've shared many triumphs and challenges through those years. On October 13th of 2014, our bonus baby, we call her, our daughter Gabrielle, we call her Gabby, was born at Women's and Children's Hospital in Charleston, West Virginia. She's now 10 years old, and she knows I'll be home more next year. Being in Congress has meant missing a lot of time with family. But West Virginia has educational freedom, which is great, so we homeschooled our children, allowed us to spend more time together. I've watched my children grow and thrive over the years. I'm proud of my son Lucas, a junior at Princeton. He's an expert in jiu-jitsu. My daughter Cammie, who's a gifted singer, is a freshman at Vanderbilt. I'm excited to spend more time with them as I step away. I want to thank my 3 children for their love and support. When I first arrived in Congress, one of my top priorities was addressing the opioid overdose crisis that was ravaging our state. The opioid epidemic is a tragedy that knows no bounds. It doesn't matter the color of your skin, if you live in a city or a rural area, if you're rich or poor. The drug addiction is ravaging this country everywhere. I was proud one of the first laws I had changed, the first law I had changed, was based on my bill called the PROP Act, Promoting Responsible Opioid Prescribing Act. This simple yet important piece of legislation simply sought to reduce unnecessary access to narcotic pain medications, thus lowering the risk of addiction. I actually had a meeting with the West Virginia Medical Society, my first term in Congress, in Charleston, and they brought this to my attention. Doctors said, according to the newly passed Affordable Care Act, there's provisions that allow their reimbursements to be reduced if patients complain that they didn't get the drugs they wanted. And studies have shown 70% of people addicted to drugs start with legally prescribed drugs. So doctors are trying to do the right thing and not prescribe drugs to people who don't absolutely really need it. They want to cause more drug addiction. And for that, they had the risk of being penalized and not being reimbursed, have their reimbursements reduced. They complained about this quite strongly to me, and I took action. I put in a bill to stop it. It was a bipartisan bill. We had 30 Republican co-sponsors, 30 Democrat co-sponsors. The Department of Health was dug in. They wouldn't acknowledge the problem. They wouldn't change it. They fought back against it. We had a hearing. There was no opposition. And later that year, the Department of Health just took the exact language of my bill. They agreed with me, and they took word for word the legal language of my bill and made it the new law of Department of Health, assuring that doctors could never be penalized for not giving prescription drugs. And that was the first law I had changed, and I'm proud of that. I led support for the coal miners and families with the STREAM Act, supporting transparent regulatory and environmental actions. The bill blocked anti-coal regulation from the Obama administration, preserving, we estimate, 77,000 good, high-paying jobs in West Virginia and also across the nation. The passage of the STREAM Act was crucial, protecting our way of life in West Virginia. Throughout my time in Congress, my colleagues know I fought for a return to what we call regular order in the appropriations process, actually passing the spending bills on time, reasserting the power of the purse that, again, the Constitution specifically and only puts in this chamber right here. Not in the Senate, not in the President. The Constitution says only this chamber can initiate spending or taxation. And that's something we've gotten away from doing. We pass these things called continuing resolutions where we give all the money to the President to do whatever he wants. And that's not right. I firmly believe that the government works best when Congress uses its constitutional power of the purse to hold federal agencies accountable. Okay, we don't live in a bureaucracy, in a bureaucratic-run government. We live in a democracy, a republic with democratic elections. So it's crucial that we prioritize our districts and the needs of the American people rather than allowing bureaucrats to dictate policy behind closed doors and just give them the money. Believe it or not, it almost sounds like living history, but when I was first elected, President Obama was in office, and it felt like our nation was frankly losing their identity. I'm convinced that President Trump's election in 2016 helped steer our country back on course. I stood through President Trump through 2 politically motivated impeachment trials and against the partisan witch hunt of the January 6th committee. While I believe in robust political debate, the weaponization of government against President Trump was unprecedented, and many American people as well. I'm proud to have fought back. I'm heartened by the support Trump and other conservatives continues to receive across this nation. As a member of the Financial Services Committee, I work tirelessly to protect small businesses and defend industries vital to our state: coal, oil, natural gas, many others, financial services, banks, even small banks that provide you the loans you need to buy a home, to start a small business. These people provide very important services. And, you know, people sometimes say, what are you going to get done? We got a new Congress coming in. What are you going to get done? Well, we can get things done. It isn't easy. The political process isn't easy and simple. You got to fight for it, but we can get things done. In 2017 and 2018, we worked to repeal some of the most harmful provisions of the Obama-era Dodd-Frank law. It was called the Economic Growth, Regulatory Relief, and Consumer Protection Act, signed into law by President Trump, passed the House, passed the Senate with bipartisan support in the Senate. They had a coalition of some Democrats and most Republicans. And on May 24, 2018, that bill was signed into law. And so now West Virginia banks and banks across the country are not subject to many of the costly regulations that hurt economic growth. So, you know, this Congress, I fought against government overreach, introduced an amendment to block the Federal Reserve from the digital dollar program, a move that would open the door to government control of our personal transactions, similar to what you see in China. We got to defend our freedoms and government overreach. During my entire time in public service, from the time I ran for state senate through today, I've been passionate about the right to protect all human life, including unborn babies. It's been a privilege to lead the Life at Conception Act, which seeks to protect the most vulnerable among us, the unborn. Now, Supreme Court historic Dobbs decision states now are fully authorized to protect life from the moment of conception. My bill, Life at Conception Act, is a biological fact. Joe Biden agrees with my bill. I mean, he said it last year. He believes life begins at conception. They used to teach this in school, in biology classes across the country. In public schools, they would teach all human life begins at conception. That is just simply a fact. You can have different views on things, but it's a fact of life, fact that life begins at conception. I'm proud that most of my Republican colleagues have supported my legislation, and I urge folks to continue to fight for all human life as we go forward. I've got a few closing comments, some folks I want to thank, but I do want to yield to some of my colleagues who are here in the chamber some time to reflect. I appreciate them being here. We'll first recognize, I'll yield as much time as he may consume to Congressman Morgan Griffith of Virginia.
Thank you very much, Alex. I'm very pleased to be here today to say a few things about you, and I'm going to say the nice ones. I'm teasing. They're all nice. But I do appreciate having that opportunity. I was listening to your comments and very moved, because I think that people sometimes don't realize what congressmen go through. And look, we volunteer to do this job, so I know you're not complaining, I'm not complaining, but the fact that you choked up a little bit when you started talking about your family meant a lot to me. And I know it means a lot to you, because we've had numerous conversations in your decade here. We've done a lot of things together, and you're always talking about your kids. You know, and what's going on, how they're doing. I've even given you rides home, or part of the way home. For those watching, I'd drop him off at the McDonald's in Front Royal, and somebody would pick him up from West Virginia. But I'd at least get him that far. Our districts came close to touching, but we never actually did touch. But it also gave me an opportunity on one occasion to travel with Alex throughout the district. And he said, you know, he liked to stop in the barber shops and the little stores. Well, we did that one day. And specifically remember stopping in that little pizza shop. And I still can't pronounce the name of the town. I think it's Ghent, but I might have it wrong. And but it's not spelled that way. You know, he always wanted to, we did have a little bit of a schedule, and he was wanting to talk to more and more people. And every now and then I had to go, all right, Alex, we don't have time to talk to everybody. But that's just the way Alex is. He's a great individual. And then you talked about, and I have to concur, having had numerous philosophical conversations with you, that you know you have been one of the strongest conservative voices during your time in the House. And I was talking with another member. Alex happened to be present, and we were talking about things, and he made some point on what we needed to do to push the conservative cause forward to, you know, make America great and better as we move forward. And the other guy said, yeah, it's what we're going to miss. We're going to miss that, Alex, because we'd be sitting trying to figure out how complicated it was and how you maneuver this and that. And Alex would just go, no, here's what you do. You just go straight forward and tell people the facts. And that's what you've always done, and it's been greatly appreciated. And last but not least, through those 10 years, we have developed a friendship. And that is a friendship that will be a lifetime friendship. And we will continue to do things together, as I know that you have a servant's heart and will continue to want to serve the people of West Virginia. the people you represent in West Virginia are not that different from the people that I represent in Southwest Virginia. Not West Virginia, but Southwest Virginia. And of course, as you know, I believe the two states should never have been cleaved apart because particularly in western portions of Virginia, we are very much culturally, spiritually, and politically aligned. So I appreciate you and look forward to working with you in whatever capacity you serve in next. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Appreciate your friendship over the years, and certainly going to miss my colleagues, but we'll come back and visit. I'm not that far away. Appreciate you taking some time. I know you're getting home to your family. And appreciate my other colleague from Virginia, Congressman Bob Good, who like me, is going to head to private life, at least for some period of time on January 3rd next year. Appreciate you sticking around, and I yield such time as he may consume to Congressman Bob Good of also Virginia.
Thank you to my good friend, Mr. Alex Mooney. Thank you to my other good friend, Morgan Griffith from Virginia. These were two of the guys who helped me just with some of the logistics and the things that you need to know when you come to Congress, and I appreciate the investment you made in me. I'm from Central Virginia, so our districts don't touch, but Alex Mooney came to my district when very few wanted to, when I had defeated an establishment incumbent, moderate rhino, shall we say, for the nomination in the summer of 2020, and was being outspent nearly 10-1 in the general. Not many people were coming to my district and helping me out. And while we're border states, it's a good 5 hours or so for you to get to my district, and you showed up and you helped me with an event, and you helped me more than only maybe one other member of Congress with fundraising, financial support, where you directed many of your supporters to help me during a time when I really needed that. And I certainly also consider you a lifelong friend. As someone who was never in danger of going to an Ivy League school, you are one of the few Ivy League conservatives who I know from your time at Dartmouth. I'm stretching to think of others. But I think of one who just got nominated for defense secretary. He's an Ivy Leaguer, so I don't know him personally. But
Stefanik.
But the job that you've done in your family to have your son come behind you, who is a conservative leader at Princeton, to have your daughter, who is a freshman at a Ivy League-like SEC school in Vanderbilt, shows the example that you have had for your children and the way your children have wanted to be involved in what you're doing here, as I've met them on several occasions along with your lovely wife. But thank you for standing on principle. When I came to Congress 4 years ago with the life issue being one of the most important, if not the most important issue to me, to know when I got here that you were the sponsor of the Life at Conception Act. And I was quick to sign on, let you know I wanted to be a co-sponsor to that, to stand alongside you. And the issue that is the ultimate issue, it's literally life and death. It's the #1 killer in this country. And I often refer to what happened 2.5 years ago with the Dobbs decision politically in this body as the great departure, as so many in our conference and in our party don't want to talk about the issue now that the responsibility or the opportunity is there for us to lead on this issue. So thank you that you have led on that issue. You know, you've never been one of the guys who's the loudest voice in the room, who's doing all the talking. A lot of people in this body, in this chamber, like the sound of their own voice. But when you did take the mic, when you do take the mic, you always were strong and passionate and effective in making your case on what you were trying to persuade the rest of us to do. And I have admired that. I admired your courage, where you could have stayed in this seat for as long as you wanted to. And one of the great problems here in this body is it's full of people who their goal is just to be here so they can stay here, so they can be here for as long as they can be here, hopefully to die here, I guess, is what so many of them's priority is, while you risked a very safe seat, gave it up to run statewide. And while many of us supported you, as my colleague from Virginia just spoke about, Mr. Griffith, we fell short in that objective, and we can only hope that the person who was elected to that Senate seat in West Virginia will give them the conservative representation they deserve and that you would have given them if you had prevailed in that race. So thank you for the example you've set. Thank you for your friendship to me. Thank you for how you've represented West Virginia. You've been a passionate, unashamed conservative. It's been a privilege to serve alongside you.
Thank you, Congressman. I'm a good friend from California on the other side of the coast. A lot of similar issues, and gotten to know this congressman for a long time since I've been here, many social gatherings and things. And we're going to miss the relationships with my friends, but I thank Congressman Doug LaMalfa for sticking around to say a few words. I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to Congressman LaMalfa from California.
Well, I'm here with mixed feelings here, Alex, because of course I want to be here to honor you, but I'm sorry that we have to. But indeed, I could echo a lot of the words our colleagues just said here too. If you're standing up and being forthright, and the reason you wanted to take a bold step to be able to represent the people entire state of West Virginia, and you've done, as the map shows, half of the state already, which is pretty amazing. I come from California, where I represent 152nd of it, 152nd for those that are keeping score. But I'm really value your friendship, and you've been one of my best friends in my legislative years. I appreciate that a lot. And our good pal Tony Strickland from Southern California, he's the one that put us together here. And Tony, I've known him ever since I first ran in the state legislature many years ago, and he said, "You got to check out Alex. He's great. He's great." And so he was absolutely right. And you've been a strong voice as a patriot for our basic freedoms, and you've always done it with a humor and a good flair that people want to be around you. They want to be part of what you're doing. And so I know Tony's proud of you down there in SoCal. I'm proud of you as a friend, and that it's like Tony's doing with a beacon of light and freedom in that place here. You've fought for that in West Virginia, and I do have to kind of look at some of the parallels we have with Northern California. West Virginians decided back around the Civil War that they wanted to break away because they didn't agree with a whole lot was going on in all of Virginia. And we have a whole bunch of us in Northern California who want to break away from the rest of the state because we don't agree with a whole lot going on in the urban part of California either. So we got a common bond there, pal, with that spirit there. I enjoy your state. I enjoy the visits we've been able to make there. And I want to be able to continue to do more with you as we go on, whether it's business or the fun stuff with some of the professional cage fighting that we enjoyed together a few times there too. So, and of course, getting to know your son a little bit's been fun along the way, and you got a great legacy coming in behind you. So, with that, I don't want to go on and on, or maybe get this to be too emotional or something, but I appreciate you, Alex. You're a good man, and I know there's a lot more for you in the future here for you to be able to continue to give, to help strengthen our country, to strengthen your state and our people. So God bless you. You're a dear friend. I appreciate you, and best wishes and God blessings on your travels.
Thank you. Thank you, Doug. I didn't plan the hour out. I just came to the floor to say goodbye, and I mentioned a few of my colleagues. If you want to stick around and say something, please do, and appreciate you three sticking around. There may be one yet to come. One thing that I am going to miss is my colleagues. There's a lot of frustrations in this job, but it's still an honor to do it. And I'd say my colleagues, and we have friends on both sides of the aisle. We all do. It's not as partisan as a place as people think. And I would say a bipartisan comment. Most of us come down here wanting to help our country make it a better place, to fight for what we believe in. People often ask, why do you do this kind of thing? Why do you run for Congress? What's your motivation? And they don't really understand that. I think sometimes they think it's all about power and other things, but it's really to serve your faith. And I know my colleagues here, we run to serve our faith. I'm a practicing Roman Catholic. That's important to me. And I always felt my faith demanded involvement in the public policy process. And that's why we run. I'm glad that my gentleman who I endorsed early on, Riley Moore, will be taking my seat. He shares the same values. The new governor of West Virginia, Patrick Morris, he's a good friend, and I think he's going to do great things for our state. So, the process goes on. People come in. The values you're raised with are important. I'm blessed to be the middle of three boys. I have an older brother, Vincent, who's a college professor and has been a great role model for me growing up in many ways, faith and family. He's a lot smarter than me. He got his PhD and teaches electrical engineering. I didn't have the gift of that. But he's been a great role model of a 1 year younger brother named Pat. And he's always been, we shared a room growing up as kids, and he's always been helping me every way he can. I don't know how people do this without family, to be honest with you. And my baby sister, I say in the middle of 3 boys, but we have the youngest is the fourth, my little sister Margarita, who's always praying for me and helping me every way she can. And I know there's so much love and support from my siblings. That matters a lot. And I thank them for standing with me as really the only politician in the family, other than my uncle, who was the mayor of Miami, and my cousins, who was the mayor of Miami. But as far, that's Miami. That's the Suarez part, my mother's side. But, in my immediate family, I'm the one that all the families surrounded to help. Obviously, my father's was taken home a little early in 2001 at the age of 57. He had strokes and passed away. But my father was a feisty Irishman from New York, and he really believed in the political process. He was actually the political one in the family, believe it or not. He was always talking politics around the kitchen table. The oldest of 7 children, as far as I know, the only Republican in the whole family, Irish Catholic family from New York. He accepted the calling to go to Vietnam and serve in the Army. He was a captain. Thankful he came home alive, because I was born 1 year later in 1971. My older brother, Vincent, was born while my father was in Vietnam. And, my dad literally fought the advance of communism in Vietnam. And he was proud of his service. He thought it was the right thing to do. My mother's story is different but similar in a way. My mother, who's 83 years old, still lives with me. When she was 20, her country was taken over by communists. She was sitting in Cuba in a pretty nice life on a farm. She's the fourth of 14 children. And one day, the Castro militia, the communist militia and their thugs, came kicking in the doors of my mother's house and put my mother in jail and my abuelito in jail, and anyone over the age of 16 went to jail. And my mother spent 7 weeks in a communist prison jail in Cuba because she wasn't supporting the revolution of Castro and the communist regime. And she had a free place to come to, like a place where you can live in freedom, which is what we all fight for here, at least some of us. And so being raised by a mother who at age 20 lost her country, and still to this day, by the way, if you look at Cuba, still oppressed communist country. What the communists take, they don't give it back. Okay, to this day, we're waiting for Cuba to become free. So my mother saw what government can do, how evil government can be to you. My father fought these people in Vietnam. And so people say when I'm raised, why are you so into politics? I guess my mom and dad really valued that, really instilled in me it was an honorable thing to do, to serve your country. And if good people don't do it, guess what? The bad guys are going to do it. Okay, you really don't have a choice. At least vote. I know some people don't even vote, but at least vote. But that's just the minimum level. So I accepted the calling, and my mother, I thank her for her support over the year, not only raising me, but like standing with me, always supporting me. She lives just a couple miles from me in West Virginia right now. She's 83 years old. I think most politicians, really not most, I'll tell you, every politician wishes they had a mother like mine. She goes to every event she can go to, is always promoting me. She even wrote a book called Leaving Cuba, One Family's Journey to Freedom. She enjoys giving speeches about that. Still to this day, runs around and gives speeches about it. She lives for her 4 children, my mom. And thank you, Mom, for everything. Well, last but not least, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least thank one gentleman on my staff who's been with me for 8 years, my chief of staff, Michael Huff. He did leave early this year because I'm leaving. But Mike's been with me through thick and thin, ups and downs, witch hunts, successes. He was with me when I was a state senator. And thank you, Mike, for everything you've done. And Mike's one of my best friends and will continue to be a best friend. So, he's not here to say anything about me yet, and I knew he would be if he could, but my longest colleague, Andy Harris, I'm going to miss him, and I'm going to miss y'all, but Andy been a good friend for a long time. He's sticking around. But as I close this chapter in my life, first and foremost, the constituents who elected me 5 times, thank you. I've fought hard. I've kept my word. One of my mentors here, Jim Jordan, just wrote a book. It was simply entitled, Do What You Said You Would Do. I mean, that's the name of the book. You don't even have to read the book. Do what you said you would do. It's right there. So if you would just do that, like when people say, what are you going to do when you get to Congress? Okay, look at what I said when I was running for Congress over here, and then don't be surprised when I vote that way right here. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do what I said I would do. And I've done that. To my constituents, thank you for the 10 years. I've done what I said I would do to the very best of my ability every time. We don't always agree. Not everybody agrees with your own family, but no one's going to agree with every vote. But I voted my conscience. I've done the best I can, and I thank you for the opportunity to do that. My staff, all my staff, it's been the honor of a lifetime. So while I'm leaving the House of Representatives, I'm not leaving public service. I look forward to continuing to serve the people of West Virginia in whatever capacity which I'm called in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Absolutely pleasure. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Bush, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee for the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand before you today to deliver my farewell address. But first, I would like to give some time to my colleagues to deliver some remarks. I will now yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New York, Congressman Jamal Bowman.
Thank you so much to my sister Cori Bush. Thank you for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by sending peace and love to this chamber, peace and love to the American people, and most importantly, peace and love to my family and to the incredible people of New York 16. I have to send a special shout out to my lovely wife, Melissa Oppenheimer Bowman. Thank you for supporting me and loving me and putting up with me over the last 4 years. Thank you for taking care of our beautiful children back home, Jelani, Marcel, and Maya. It's hard for someone to be working class in this chamber. And I know every time I came to Washington, you became a single mom, getting up very early in the morning, getting our kids ready for school, dropping them off at the bus stop, and then going to serve the people of the Bronx as a third-grade teacher. You would teach all day, get off of work, pick our kids up from school, bring them home, start cooking dinner, help them with their homework, plan your lessons the next day for your kids, and then put our kids to bed. And then when I was here trying to do the job of the district, and when I didn't go straight home after work, you made sure I heard about it. And when I didn't call you, when I got back home, you made sure I heard about that too. So I love you. Thank you, Melissa, for all you've done. I also want to thank my constituents, each of them, for trusting me to be your voice and allowing me to fight for you every single day in Congress. Though I will be leaving Congress formally, I plan to continue to fight for the people in New York 16, particularly in the areas of Portchester, Greenburgh, Yonkers, Mount Vernon, New Rochelle, and of course, the Bronx. If it weren't for the people in these particular communities, especially the Bronx, where I served as an educator for 17 of the 20 years of my career, I would have not been prepared to come to Congress and serve the people. Of course, I need to thank my team, both in New York and here in DC, who worked every single day to do everything in their power to meet the needs of the people of New York 16. Our case closure was exemplary. We brought tens of millions of dollars back to the district, and we did everything in our power to deal with the issues of affordability, gun violence, education, and so many other issues. Thank you so much to my staff and my team, and thank you for your service. You know, in 2020, I became the first African-American elected in the 16th District of New York in U.S. history. When I was running, I didn't even know that stat, which is pretty interesting. As such, I stand on the shoulders of the giants who have come before me. My ancestors fought and died for me to have the opportunity to be here, and I am humbled by the immense honor and responsibility. My ancestors built this place and built the strongest economy in the world as enslaved Africans in this country. And though we did not pass any legislation related to reparations, we will continue to fight for reparations for black people in this country. I cannot go further without giving honor to my late mother, Miss Pauline Bowman. My mother raised me and my 3 sisters alone. She was a civil servant in the post office for 33 years. She worked 6 days, sometimes 7 days a week, and all the overtime she could muster to make sure I was the first person in our family to go to college. When I was very young, she told me, I remember this story very clearly. We were coloring in the coloring book at the dining room table, and I could not color in between the lines. And she could, and I thought it was like magic that she could. And I started crying. I was pretty upset. And my mother looked me in the eye and told me I can be whatever I wanted to be. It was that love and that confidence she instilled in me that guided me and propelled me to win a historic election. She got to see me run. She got to see me win. She got to see me on her favorite news programs, CNN and MSNBC. I would like to think that I made her proud before my sisters and I lost her to COVID on Valentine's Day in 2021. Mom, Pauline Bowman, I love you, I thank you, and please continue to guide and watch over me. It's a challenging world we live in, and I want to be the best example for my children and the people I will continue to serve outside of this chamber. Mom, I love you. I always will love you. This place is better because of you, because of what you raised me to be. Prior to being elected to Congress, I worked in education for 20 years as a teacher, counselor, and middle school principal. My mission was to do everything in my power to unlock the unlimited potential of our kids. My mission in Congress was to unlock the unlimited potential of a district that had been left behind for so long. I am proud of the transformational legislation we introduced and fought for that would uplift hard-working families across the country, particularly the most marginalized. From lowering costs to revolutionizing public education as we know it, the bills we introduced would be life-changing, and I'm going to name a few. My Green New Deal for public schools would heal and strengthen our schools and address the holistic needs of students to support healthy, safe, and high-quality learning opportunities. It is well past time that we put young people and public education at the center of our national response to the climate crisis, systemic racism, and economic inequality by passing this bill. My Care for All agenda would urge federal investments to strengthen and expand the care economy, anchoring a transformation towards an economic system grounded in care for ourselves, our communities, and our planet, instead of one grounded in money and power. My Ending Corporate Greed Act would institute a windfall tax profits on corporations to penalize companies that use inflation as an excuse to raise prices and profit off the backs of hardworking Americans. If we want to talk about truly transformational legislation that provides economic relief to the American people, puts money back in people's pockets, and charts a visionary path towards combating the challenges of the 21st century, these bills are the place to start. I hope that in the next Congress, my colleagues will have the courage to fight for these transformational pieces of legislation. Otherwise, we have to ask ourselves, why are we here? What are we here for? I want to take a moment to talk about wealth inequality. The staggering wealth inequality we face today is not just a statistic. It's a reflection of decades of policy decisions and systemic failures that have left millions struggling while a few prosper. Today, the two wealthiest individuals own more wealth than the bottom half of the country combined. This isn't because they worked harder than everyone else. It's the result of a system that prioritizes corporate profits over fair wages, tax cuts for the rich over investments in public goods, and financial markets over working families. Wages for the average worker have barely risen in 40 years, while the cost of healthcare, housing, and education has skyrocketed. Meanwhile, those with generational wealth have used their influence to shape policies that protect their fortunes while communities across America are left behind. This is not inevitable, it's a choice. I want to talk briefly about military spending for a moment. Tupac Shakur's words ring true today. We got money for wars, but can't feed the poor. The U.S. spends over $886 billion annually on defense, more than the next 10 countries combined. Yet millions of Americans struggle with poverty, housing insecurity, and access to child care and education. Billions of dollars are wasted on over-budget weapons programs, failed projects, and unnecessary overseas military bases. We can and must reinvest our money in the American people. And I'll close with this. Never in my life did I think I would be elected to any office, let alone the United States House of Representatives. It was not on my to-do list, on my bucket list. I don't even know how I got here, quite frankly. But I will say, it was my work in education and my work with children and families over 20 years that helped me understand on a visceral level the deep, historic, systemic inequalities we have in our country that are policy decisions rooted in systemic discrimination. And to quote my sister, the great Ayanna Pressley, this body has committed policy violence towards communities of color and working class people in our country. So my crazy butt decided I'm going to run for office in 2019. The reason why I got the confidence to do so is because I saw 4 incredible women run and win in 2018. Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Ayanna Pressley. 4 young women of color, couple of them dark-skinned, couple of them Muslim, one wearing a hijab, transformed America in 2018, and they will continue to transform America for generations to come. And it is this body's responsibility to listen to them, learn from them, and follow their leadership. Because this country will never reach its full potential unless it follows the examples of these 4 women I just mentioned. And so I want to thank you so much for giving me a space and a platform and a footprint to be myself as I ran for office and won that historic election. Thank you so much. And then 2 years later, I was able to win, and my sister Cori Bush was able to join me here in this incredible place. And 2 years later, we got Delia Ramirez, Summer Lee, Greg Kassar, and many others. And so, as Ayanna said, and I'm going to call her again, our squad is big, y'all. And our squad includes the entire country. And so I will do everything in my power to continue to be an example for young people, working class people, and people of color. I will do everything in my power to continue to be an example for young men, especially young black men. We don't have to be rappers. We don't have to be athletes. We definitely don't have to be womanizers, and don't let the stereotypes drive you in that direction, because we are fathers, we are husbands, we are sons, and we are great people. And so we will continue together to organize, mobilize, and build a movement rooted in love and humanity for ourselves, for our community, for this country, and for the world. Thank you so much, Corey, Sister Corey from St. Louis, for allowing me a few words. I'm excited for the work ahead of us. That's right. There's much more to come. Free Palestine, that's right. Free the Bronx, and free all marginalized people, especially those locked up on trumped-up marijuana charges. And let's vacate the death row sentences of the 39 people on death row. Thank you, and I yield back.
Love you, JP.
Congressman.
Of the House, and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of the proceedings is in violation of the House rules. Mm-hmm. No. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mm-hmm. Congressman Bowman, I do believe that your mother is very, very proud. Looking down on you today, right here, you know, she's very, very proud of you, and we hope that you take that you walk out of this chamber with that. And as you start on your new journey, if my child was a congressman and accomplished the things that you accomplished, oh, how proud I would be. So now I would like to yield to Congresswoman Ramirez from the great state of Illinois for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Mr. Speaker, today I address the People's House to honor the legacy of my friends, of my colleagues, and partners in the fight for justice and peace, global peace, Congresswoman Cori Bush and Congressman Jamal Bowman. Bush and Bowman are the embodiment of courageous leadership. Rep. Bush, a fighter for people's right to a dignified life. In the middle of the pandemic, when people were trying to figure out how to stay alive and how to continue to have a roof over their head, this courageous leader, as the eviction moratorium was about to expire, said, "I can't go home if others will not have a home tomorrow." And she stood on those Capitol steps, courageously taking a stand for hundreds of thousands of families across this country. What she didn't know was that a little state representative from Chicago, Illinois, was watching what she and others were doing as I was trying to concurrently negotiate legislation in the state of Illinois to help people stay housed. Cori Bush, you will never know the number of people, the families, and the children that you have saved because of your courageous leadership. You have enshrined the rights of women. You have promoted safety, well-being, and prosperity in our communities. And Representative Jamal Bowman, a lifelong educator and an advocate of opportunity, accountability, and racial justice, has fought day and night and continues to fight day and night for accessible, culturally competent education for every single student in this country. And Mr. Speaker, while dark money and politics may have stripped this chamber of two of its most authentic champions of working people, let me be very clear. They will not be silenced. I know them too well. Bowman and Bush, in or out of the halls of Congress, will continue fighting like heaven and hell for our shared humanity. because our work, it is not finished. This congresista from Chicago, who has watched all of you with pride, with honor, will continue in this chamber, but will continue working with you also outside of this chamber, and is ready to fight with you for humanity, not just in the United States, but globally. So I end by telling you, it is the greatest honor of my life, the last 2 years, to serve with you. And may your courage, may your love for people be felt in every seat of this chamber, every single moment we enter it, asking ourselves, perhaps physically you're not sitting at the second back row here, but what would Corey and Jamal do in this moment? And what Corey and Jamal do in every single moment is to stand for the people that others have forgotten about. So thank you, Jamal and Corey, and I look forward to the many things we will do together. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back to Congresswoman Bush.
Thank you, Congresswoman Ramirez. You came into Congress like a whirlwind, and you've brought something that I feel like so many of us needed and were missing. And so we appreciate you and thank you for coming in and being who you are and bringing Chicago into this space in a different way. And now I would like to offer my farewell address before the House. St. Louis and I rise, just as we have risen so many times before over these last 4 historic years. Together, we came into this work with a simple mission: to transform Missouri's 1st District by taking care of the people. On day 1, we vowed to do the most for St. Louis, starting with those who have the greatest need. We were clear-eyed of what was in front of us, ahead of us, and behind us. We stayed focused, we stayed committed. St. Louis, we came to Congress after unseating a 52-year political family dynasty. I ran for this seat twice to win it. And today, I stand before you as the first Black woman and first nurse to represent Missouri in Congress, the first woman to represent Missouri's 1st congressional district, and the first activist from the movement to save Black lives to serve in Congress. From the day that I was sworn in, I have brought you, my community, and my own lived experiences with me into every vote, every committee hearing, and every floor speech. St. Louis and I am proud to be the people I represent. I am the young girl who grew up in a working class household where my father was a union meat cutter and my mother was a computer analyst. I am the teenager who had my first abortion at the age of 18 after being sexually assaulted at the age of 17. I am the young woman in her early 20s who endured an abusive relationship that nearly ended my life. I am the mother who endured pregnancy and childbirth complications, who encountered biased medical care that was dismissive of my pain. I am the formerly single mother to 2 beautiful children, Zion and Angel, who will always be my greatest accomplishment. I am the nurse and pastor who cared for others throughout our community. I am the asthmatic adult who understands the challenges of being uninsured. I am the activist from the front lines of Ferguson, the Ferguson Uprising movement, who in 2014 was out on the streets for over 400 days protesting police violence after the killing of Michael Brown. My life experiences are different from many of my colleagues here on Capitol Hill, but outside these walls, my experiences are all too familiar. In Missouri and across the country, people are living multifaceted lives, and they endure the decisions we do and don't make in this chamber each and every day. Like me, 1 in 4 people of reproductive age have had an abortion before the age of 45 in the United States. Like I was, over 580,000 people in the U.S. experience homelessness on any given night. And in Missouri, nearly 6,000 people are living without stable homes. Almost a quarter of them unsheltered. Like I've been, nearly 1 in 5 women and 1 in 71 men in the U.S. have been raped at some point in their lives. And in Missouri, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 7 men have experienced sexual violence. And just like I have endured, approximately 41% of women and 26% of men across our country have reported that they have experienced a form of domestic violence by an intimate partner during their lifetime. And in Missouri, our state has the 3rd highest rate of domestic violence in the U.S. St. Louis, you sent me to Congress because I reflect the struggles so many people in our community endure. And throughout my tenure in the People's House, I've turned my pain into purpose. I've testified before the House Oversight Committee, sharing my abortion story for the first time. I knew that there are others out there, like me, who never shared or may never share their truth with their family members or their friends, but are living through this reality, horrified. It's led me to fight and put my body on the line to protect medication abortion, to protect sexual and reproductive health, to stop the Comstock Act, to secure abortion justice, to finally finalize the Equal Rights Amendment, which we're pushing President Biden to do in the next 39 days. And on this point, I'm so proud to be one of 2 Black women to ever sponsor legislation to ratify the ERA in its 101 years long history, to have co-founded and co-chaired the first ever congressional caucus on the Equal Rights Amendment. Black women have always been integral to the fight for equal rights and so often relegated to its footnotes. Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley and I have forever changed that. My life experiences have shaped and informed this work. I've been violated. I've been shot at, raped, and assaulted by people I've known and people I've loved. So I deeply understand the statistic that a woman is 5 times more likely to be murdered when her abuser has access to a gun, because I am one of those women who have come close to joining that statistic. It's why I pushed so hard for the inclusion of ending the dating partner loophole in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, because I know safer communities doesn't just mean safer streets. It means safer relationships too. I've been beaten, brutalized, and assaulted as a Ferguson Frontlines activist. I've grieved with my community for Mike Brown, Kajimi Powell, Von Derek Myers, Anthony Lamar Smith, and so many others, so many others. I know that police brutality is a preventable crisis, that it is affecting Black and brown communities disproportionately. It is what our movement to save Black lives is born out of, and it is why I partnered with that same movement to author the People's Response Act, to end police brutality, to end all police violence, to transform community safety, to treat public safety as the public health issue that it is. I am one of just over 180 Black representatives to ever serve in this institution, where over 1,700 members of Congress who enslaved Black people have held office. And as the Congresswoman representing the very district where Dred Scott was denied citizenship because he was Black, I've seen how the legacy of enslavement persists in the policies that govern our lives today, from housing and healthcare to education and economic inequality to mass incarceration and police brutality. It's why I introduced the Reparations Now resolution, laying out a historic framework for how our government can begin its moral and legal obligation to provide reparations to the descendants of chattel slavery in America. Because it isn't enough just to acknowledge the past. We must work to reckon with its consequences and act to repair its harms. I ran for this seat to deliver for you, St. Louis, for the people. Over the past 4 years, we have delivered over $2 billion in federal investments for our communities, resources that will empower our district and create lasting change for generations. This includes over $41 million, which has gone toward community projects geared towards homelessness prevention, public health, youth engagement, environmental justice, and economic revitalization projects across St. Louis. We have helped to guide thousands of our constituents through federal casework, and we establish community programs such as Congress in your neighborhood and Congress in your classroom. I've refused to settle for crumbs handed to our communities. I've sat and listened to SEIU caregivers and so many other union workers and leaders. I've been in community with environmental organizers pushing for climate action. I've mourned with grieving families demanding an end to violence, communal violence, gun violence. I've been with the mom who couldn't afford childcare or who struggled to feed her family. So when the president asked us to fight for his economic agenda, his full economic agenda, I fought, we fought. Those sitting behind me, we fought for his full economic agenda. But for a few corporate Democrats, the Build Back Better Act would be the law of the land now. We would have stopped talking about rising inflation and instead delivered on universal pre-K and affordable child care, a permanent monthly tax credit, paid leave, free school meals, investments in our caregivers, historic funding to build new affordable housing and rehabilitate crumbling housing stock, expanded Medicare benefits, taxes on billionaire corporations and the ultra wealthy so that they can finally pay their fair share, and lastly, removing every lead pipe poisoning our communities. We may have lost that fight, but there must be a reckoning. This November election has shown that we were right to fight. We were right to fight as hard as we fought, to put everything we had for Build Back Better. This party must do better. I've been unhoused. I know the trauma of that policy violence, of being forced out on the streets, of not knowing if my 2 babies would survive the night in our car because of freezing temperatures. I know that. It's why I introduced the first of its kind legislation called the Unhoused Bill of Rights, which makes clear the basic human rights and dignity of our unhoused neighbors. It provides the roadmap for ending homelessness by 2027. Congress can do that. We can guarantee safe, affordable, and stable housing for all people, and we must. I still remember also, which is what we just heard from Congresswoman Ramirez, the day in August 2021, when we were on the brink of the expiration of the federal eviction moratorium. And with a bill waiting to be passed on the House floor, Congress actually gavelled out to head to the comforts of their own homes for the next 6 weeks. Knowing the indignity of being evicted myself, I could not leave. And I did not leave. And I had friends who stayed or who showed up and came back. Squad shows up. Because for months prior, we had pushed the Biden administration and CDC to prevent a lapse in the pandemic era federal ban on evictions. I knew that so many lives in St. Louis and nationwide were at risk. So I did what I do. I led from my life experience and stayed put right on the Capitol steps. For 4 nights and 5 days through cold rain and summer heat, we pushed for our government to act. My team and I negotiated with the House and Senate leadership, with the White House, Biden administration officials, including HHS and Treasury, and worked in tandem with the Congressional Black and Progressive Caucuses to keep people housed. And the White House heeded our call, reinstating the eviction moratorium and keeping 11 million people housed. But it shouldn't take such drastic action from lawmakers to act. The risk of harming a single person when you have the power not should be enough. Again, as my time here comes to a close, I ask my colleagues here to do better. The decisions we make here within these walls do not exist in a vacuum. They ripple outward, touching the lives of millions. They impact the unhoused veteran searching for safety, the survivor waiting to be heard and believed, the child admitted to the emergency room because they're asthmatic and can't breathe. We must honor the humanity and circumstance of those we serve. Because being in Congress is a privilege. Don't waste it and don't settle. Don't say, well, we tried. Don't abuse the power we've been afforded to make a difference in people's lives. The people are depending on you to show up for them and their need. You have the power to change the world, so don't sit on that power. Use it to do good deeds and to save and transform lives. We are the United States of America. We are the wealthiest and most powerful country in the world, so we can't act like the court jester. So do better. But if you're not willing to do the hard work to shirk the corporate donors in service of everyday people, then how can you call yourself a representative? I understand this, and it is why I was one of the first members of Congress, along with those sitting here with me today, to call for a ceasefire, and why I am the lead sponsor of the historic Ceasefire Now resolution. It's why I kept calling for a ceasefire even after the White House called us. They called us repugnant. They called us disgraceful, only to turn around and later adopt the same policy without an apology, without even so much as a phone call. It's why I will keep standing up for Palestinian liberation and against genocide, against the infanticide, against the femicide, and against the androcide. It's why I will fight for peace and against endless war, for our collective humanity and against our collective demise, even when my persistence bought, and yes, I said bought, my successor the seat with a whole lot of Republican money. For me, when I came into office, I vowed to be the same person I was then as I am today, to lead with a heart that knows no borders. My love and my fight have always been for all the people. When I was first elected, I toured John Lewis's office. I stood in the space where courage once sat, and I vowed to honor his legacy. And I know many of us in this body have done the same. But let's be honest. Too many of us recite his words without following his example. Too many of us who should be allies remain silent in the face of injustice. Many of us, especially my Democratic colleagues, we tout that we are the party for human rights, the party for justice, that we fight loud and proud for all people, no matter their race, their background, sexual orientation, faith, or ethnicity. Yet when it comes to Palestinian liberation, so many have chosen silence. Silence in the face of bombed hospitals and schools, displaced families, starvation and illness, entire bloodlines wiped out, and the cries of mothers and children. Silence in the face of apartheid, silence in the face of ethnic cleansing, silence in the face of oppression and racial subjugation that mirrors the systems of Jim Crow, systemic racism and inequality that we fight against here in America. Silence. Maybe for some it's because it's easy, or because the politics are, what do we hear, too complicated. Those are excuses. Those are cop-outs to doing the right thing. And as members of Congress, they are hindrances to doing our jobs. In the words of Dr. King, the time is always right to do what is right. So I will keep leading with consistent love and consistent respect for all people, no matter their background, the color of their skin, or where they were born. I will fight for every person's right to live, to love, and to thrive. I will keep standing up for a free Palestine, for a free Haiti, for a free Congo, for a free Sudan, for a free St. Louis, for a free America, for a free democracy. I will always fight for the people in our country and world who have the greatest need, for those who are incarcerated, unhoused, unemployed, uninsured, food insecure, struggling to make ends meet, for our children and for our elders, for victims and survivors of violence, for those persecuted and villainized, for every person who has been historically excluded, marginalized, silenced, or cast aside by entrenched systems of violent oppression, repression, white supremacy, and systemic injustice. And if you think it is this consistency or this radical love that is a weakness, a mistake, or the reason why I won't be here next year, no. My radical and unconditional love for humanity is not a weakness. It's my superpower. The only reason why I will not be here next year is because I didn't bend my morals to special interests. They tried to silence me, but it didn't work. They thought I would crack under the pressure, but they underestimated me. They tried to buy me, but you can't buy someone who refuses to be bought. No one can buy my silence. No one can pay me to be silent so their people can then go and drop bombs on other people. I made a decision to be changed, not chained. I am reminded of a scripture in Mark 8:36. For what shall it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his own soul? My colleagues, I share the words of Dr. King, who said, in the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. Colleagues, special interests would have you believe that fighting for those who others deem unworthy, which, justice, comes at a cost that you can't afford. That it isn't worth putting your reputation and livelihood on the line, that sometimes backing down or staying quiet is smart politics, that keeping the status quo is better than challenging it. Well, my Christian colleagues should be familiar with this verse. You are the salt of the earth. But if the salt loses its flavor, how then shall it be seasoned? It is then good for nothing. If we are not bringing something to the situation to transform it for the better, if we are not being about the change, if we are not the reason why people are helped, if we can't season the problem and make it flavorful, if we can't bring that flavor to making that change that the people need, where we leave a positive mark, then we have no purpose here in this work. And my words are not for condemnation, but reconciliation. Let me be clear. A reminder to love thy neighbor as thyself. And so if you won't bomb yourself, we should not be bombing our neighbors. So let that word love be about your action. Reflect on your own actions or your inaction. Reckon with your own self and then walk anew in this moment. There are people in this country and around the world who need your voice, who need you to stand up and speak out, who need you to be who you say you are. But for all people, not just some of the people, don't let them down. Never before have we seen such vital collective action on Palestine or support for the cause for an arms embargo on Israel. And never before have we seen such brazen efforts by AIPAC and its affiliates to try and shut out our voices. But they wouldn't be coming for us if we weren't powerful. So we won't back down, Jamal Bowman. We won't go backwards. We'll keep fighting for equal rights, for dignity, security, justice, and self-determination for all people. We understand what the word all means. We'll keep fighting to end the disastrous Citizens United, to get dark money out of politics, and for the representation that everyday people need, not billionaires and billionaire corporations. Now, every elected official knows that the work we don't do it alone. There are so many people who uplift us, support us, sustain us, who prop us up and hold us down in this work. I want to take some time to thank some of them now. To my chairman and their staff, ranking members Raskin and Nadler, and former chairwoman Maloney, thank you for believing in me, for nurturing me and welcoming my perspective. To Carolyn, your mentorship on the ERA has helped me arrive at this point where I am today. Jamie, your work has inspired me and your mentorship has meant the world to me. To Democratic House leadership and their staff, thank you for your support. And to every person who calls the Capitol their workplace, every single person who works in this place to keep it going, thank you. To our OG Congresswoman Barbara Lee, thank you for being a quintessential auntie, mentor, leader, and friend, for always having my back and showing that even if you have to stand alone, to never compromise your values. To CPC and CBC chairs, Pramila Jayapal, Joyce Beatty, Stephen Horsford, for leading our caucuses with foresight and openness. And to your staff, including, but not limited to, Vincent Evans and Michael Darner, thank you. To the late Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee for her friendship, mentorship, and commitment to securing justice for Black communities, particularly in the form of reparations, I will forever honor your memory. To Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you for your leadership and unwavering consistency. If we can say anything, we can say consistency. Thank you for being a movement builder and an inspiration. To Senator Elizabeth Warren, thank you for being a model for delivering for communities, for stepping out and embracing issues that help everyday people, and for embracing me during our action on the eviction moratorium. Senator Markey, you've been a steadfast partner in the work for environmental justice and protecting frontline communities. I'm deeply appreciative that our first bicameral bill together made it into law to help prioritize resources to communities like St. Louis. And I am so grateful and I am so honored to have the greatest group of friends within these walls who are anything but silent. Rashida, Ayanna, Delia, Ilhan, Jamal, Summer, Alex, and so many others. Our squad was never small and never silent. We have changed the course of history. Each of you have made history and made a difference in your own right. And you have made a difference in my life. And I'm going to speak for Brother Jamal. You've made a difference in his. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your partnership, your solidarity. Thank you for your how you lead and how you've taught me. Thank you for bringing all of yourself to Congress. Thank you for how you help communities from Detroit to Minneapolis to Pittsburgh to Boston to the Bronx to Chicago to Puerto Rico, Central America to Somalia to Haiti to Palestine and everywhere in between. And I ask that you hold up our sister Rashida over these next 2 years in our absence. To my brother Jamal, we came into Congress together in 2020. I'm so proud to have served with you, my brother. Served in such a time as this one. You are authentically you. You've represented your district and your country with heart and with courage. And we are family, and if for nothing else, we will always be connected for our time right here in Congress together, our impact on our world, and for the experiences that we have endured together this cycle and the last. So thank you for not ever backing down in our work in protecting humanity, no matter the stakes. And to my remarkable staff, Amelia Letson, Caleb Ammon Hahn, Christopher Key, Claire Shackelford, Isabella Siegel, Jessica Granberry, Jacqueline Greco, Joy Benton, Carla Santillan, Kate Salamito, Kimberly Bryant, Marina Shaffa, Rachel Nora Rousseau, and Lanice Wallace, and all of our interns and all of our fellows. To Abbas Alawiya, Danielle Spradley, Stephanie Herndon, Kate Kelly, and all those past and present who are forever part of Team Rep Corey. thank you. You all have never forgotten the mission to do the most for every single person in St. Louis, starting with those who have the greatest need. From responding to the toughest of days, to historic flooding events, a devastating school shooting, displaced housing incidents, verbal attacks and death threats, to the best of days, securing the eviction moratorium, transforming people's engagement with government, delivering for our community, for our collective liberation, and building movement-based coalitions, Team Rep Corey has delivered for St. Louis. And I am deeply appreciative of every single one of you for your love and dedication to the people, all of humanity, and for the betterment of our world. To the Ferguson front line, to the families, to the whole of our movement to save lives, thank you for entrusting me and my team in our work. Our work is unfinished, and we will never tire. We will never back down until justice is won. To my family who've always been there with me, to my dad, Earl, super dad, to my mom, happy birthday today, go 70. To my sister, Kelly, my brother, Perry, my aunts and uncles, cousins, nieces, nephews, to my incredible husband, our 4 kids and our grandchild, and our in-love family. You have endured missed holidays, the weight of public scrutiny, and the challenges that come with my calling. Without your unwavering encouragement, without your boundless grace and steadfast support, I would not be able to dedicate myself so fully to serving St. Louis and to this work. Your love has always been my foundation. Your love has always been my strength. And to my beloved St. Louis, this work was never about one single seat. It was always about the change that we need to feel, the dreams we dare to dream for ourselves and for our children, for our legacy, the hopes and the aspirations we have to move beyond struggle and hardship towards opportunity and prosperity for all of us. We are the change that we seek. What we have accomplished together over the last 4 years is nothing short of extraordinary. We have witnessed history and we have made history. We have laughed and we have cried. We have stood in solidarity and we have stood our doggone ground. We have turned our pain into power and our obstacles into opportunities. We have faced challenges head on and we have emerged stronger than ever. We are St. Louis, though we know that there is yet still much more work left to do. Together, we have shown that it is possible to lead with purpose and moral clarity and to fight with honor and love for all people. While my time in Congress may be coming to an end, for now, know this. I came into Congress with my voice. Congress didn't give that to me. So Congress can't take that away when I leave. Let's be clear. It has been the honor of my life to be your Congresswoman in Missouri's 1st District. Mom and Dad, I know you're proud. So, from St. Louis to Gaza and everywhere beyond and in between, always remember this Congresswoman loves you and will always have your back, even if it means I lose something. So until we rise again, St. Louis, I love you. I yield back my time to the chair.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate California state officials, as tomorrow is the big day when the state's election results will be certified. Tomorrow, December 13th. Of course, I say this in jest. There is absolutely no congratulations in order for finalizing election results 5 weeks after the election. Because of California's glacial pace of counting votes, several races for Congress and the state legislature remained unresolved weeks following the November 5th election. Not to mention countless local races, city council, school board, board of supervisors. Candidates had to wait in torturous suspense, unable to effectively begin a transition if they were on their way in, or make plans for another job if they were on their way out. Just to give you a sense of what folks who were waiting on election results had to go through. You know, they'd have to wait for these batches of votes to be unveiled, maybe once a week, maybe twice a week, maybe 3 times a week, depending on the county, maybe hundreds of votes at a time. And then, you know, you had to ask, what kind of votes is it that are being counted right now? Is it the late absentee votes? Is it the voting center votes? Is it the drop box votes? Is it provisional ballots? Is it conditional ballots? Is it cured ballots? What do I mean by cured ballots? Well, you're familiar with precinct walking, where you go out and knock on doors to try to convince people to vote for you. In California, that actually happens after the election as well, because if signatures are deemed not to match the voter file, then there's an added amount of time to submit a new signature to cure your ballot, so people actually go to door saying, we need to get you to sign again to cure this ballot. California also allows for votes that arrive at elections offices to be counted up to a week after the election. And so folks who are on the ballot and their families and their supporters and everyone else are watching this process with tabs open on their computer for different counties, having to wait to find out whether they've won or lost their race. But the implications go much further than those who are on the ballot, because for a time, the entire balance of power here in Washington was left in doubt, with control of the House of Representatives in doubt because of California's extremely slow vote counting. Imagine if California were a swing state. The presidential election could remain undecided for a month after Election Day. We could relive the 2000 recount experience every single election. Adding to the absurdity, the California state legislature actually began its new session swearing in new members on December 2nd. So these are both in state law. We're going to swear in our new members on December 2nd, but we're going to finish counting votes on December 13th. This farce has made California a national laughingstock. It's one thing to fail at basic governance tasks like building roads, storing water, or keeping the lights on. But we should at least be able to expect our government to conduct the elementary arithmetic of tallying ballots on which democracy depends. As this process dragged on over the last several weeks, you had elections experts and people on all parts of the political spectrum calling for reform in California. For example, one left-leaning election analyst said this, I always vote straight ticket Democrat, but I will actually vote for any Secretary of State candidate, red or blue, who promises to streamline the election process in California and facilitates getting our ballots counted and reported faster. I am so done, he said, adding that the tabulation process is, quote, a joke. I am working with Congressman Jay Obernolte to set clear deadlines for counting votes. For example, 90% have to be counted within 3 days of the election. This will force state officials to make the necessary changes to meet those deadlines in a way that every other state, by the way, has already done. All 49 other states, red or blue, managed to count their votes much faster and more competently than California. This is a necessary change to restore trust in our election process, and I look forward to getting this legislation passed and signed into law in time for the 2026 election. Mr. Speaker, this week I announced legislation to end all federal funding for California's high-speed rail project. This bill will make the project ineligible to receive any federal funding going forward. Simply put, it is time to stop throwing good money after bad. Currently, there remains a $100 billion funding shortfall for the train. This is in the estimation of the High-Speed Rail Authority's own officials. There is no viable plan for making up this gap other than continuing to demand it from taxpayers. And there is simply no way to justify further expense to state or federal taxpayers when even the New York Times reports that the project isn't on track to be completed this century, not on track to be completed this century. The billions in federal funding that have gone to the non-existent train is all the worse considering the condition of California's roads and other transportation infrastructure, which rank among the very worst in the country. Once we have high-speed rail off the table, we'll be able to focus on our real transportation needs when it comes to federal funds. We can also abandon the pretense that this is somehow a high-tech, inspirational, visionary enterprise. The reality is that even if the train were to magically spring into existence at this very moment, it would fail to impress. As we speak, Waymo is providing thousands upon thousands of driverless rides every week in Los Angeles and San Francisco. Tesla has autopilot and self-driving software deployed on millions of vehicles. When it comes to trains, China is working on one that they expect to be completed this decade that will go 1,000 kilometers per hour. That's 3 times longer than California high-speed rail is supposed to go. We need to stop pretending that the technology of the 1990s is somehow futuristic. But we need to plan for the future that truly awaits us. And in the meantime, we need to spend tax dollars on things that will actually benefit taxpayers, like drivable roads. That is why I am introducing this legislation to end California's high-speed rail disaster once and for all. Mr. Speaker, I wish to honor and congratulate Colonel Joseph Peterburs, a decorated veteran in Placer County, on his 100th birthday. The great American founding father, Benjamin Franklin, wrote, "Freedom is not a gift bestowed upon us by other men, but is a right that belongs to us by the laws of God and nature." The life and actions of Colonel Peterburs not only illustrate this longing for freedom, but the dedication of service and sacrifice required to maintain it. Colonel Peterburs began his service to the defense of the United States as a pilot in World War II. During his deployment in Europe, he was tasked with escorting B-17 bombers and protecting them against enemy aircraft. During World War II, he flew an astounding 49 missions with 269 combat hours. On April 10, 1945, Colonel Peterburs had to bail out of his aircraft at 300 feet during an air battle. He was burned and injured, then captured and placed in a Nazi prisoner of war camp. Overcoming unimaginable adversity, Colonel Peterburs escaped as the camp was being evacuated by the Germans. He and other escapees temporarily joined a Russian tank unit before being reunited with American forces. After World War II, he continued his service to the United States by contributing to the country's defense during the Cold War. Throughout this period, Colonel Peterburs served in Korea, Vietnam, and Europe. Highly decorated, Colonel Peterburs was awarded the Legion of Merit, the Distinguished Flying Cross, the POW Medal, the Purple Heart, and many other medals and decorations. He is highly respected by his family and members in the community for his courage, resilience, and selflessness. It is a true honor to represent heroes like Colonel Joseph Peterburs in Congress. He is a living testament to the American spirit of patriotism and embodies the sacrifices made by those who have served our country. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to celebrate Colonel Joe Peterburs not only for his centennial birthday, but also for the life he's led in years of service to the United States of America and its citizens. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize outgoing Roseville City Council member Scott Alvord for his years of devoted service to the Roseville area community. Councilmember Alvord has been a leader in the local business community for nearly 4 decades and has served the Roseville City Council the last 8 years. Councilmember Albert earned his bachelor's degree in computer science at Pacific Union College and went on to earn a master's degree in business administration from Sacramento State University. While an undergraduate, he founded Advanced Development Concepts LLP, a business consulting company which is headquartered in Roseville. Prior to his service on the Roseville City Council, Scott represented the local business community by serving as president of the Downtown Roseville Merchants for nearly a decade. Councilmember Albert's business expertise and devotion to service proved essential in his advocacy for the revitalization of downtown Roseville, as his leadership prompted integrating infrastructure into the area, allowing for economic and recreational growth and prosperity. This experience, alongside his time as a city council member, helped Scott Albert impart his knowledge to the next generation of business students as an adjunct business professor at Jessup University. In his tenure as city council member, Scott Albert was steadfast in his commitment to public safety. His efforts to support full staffing of both Roseville's police and fire departments were accomplished in conjunction with his vital work in the development of Roseville Fire Station 8 and expanding the Roseville Police Beat. Additionally, Scott promoted regional recreation and well-being. He facilitated the introduction of 25 new parks, enabling greater health, recreation, and leisure for the community. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Councilmember Albert established the Roseville Volunteer Force, where he assembled and mobilized over 2,000 volunteers who selflessly heeded the call of hundreds of service requests from those in need. It is because of the leadership and example of people like Scott Albert that Roseville remains such a great place to live, work, raise a family, and retire. Scott Albert's commitment to service in Roseville leaves a well-established legacy, as his influence will provide enduring support to the region. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, it is an honor and privilege to acknowledge Roseville City Council member Scott Albert for his career in public service, and I join the people of Roseville in wishing Scott the very best in his next chapter. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize the retiring Nevada County Supervisor for District 2, Ed Schofield, for his lifelong commitment of service to Nevada County. Ed was born and raised in Grass Valley, graduating from Nevada Union High School and Sierra College, and has been devoted to serving the region for the past 5 decades. In 1975, Ed began his career in public service in the city of Grass Valley when he was elected to the city council. In 1982, he began his tenure as CEO of the Nevada County Fairgrounds, a position he held for 26 years. Ed's leadership was felt in the region as he helped the fairgrounds become visible as one of the top 10 outstanding rural fairs in the United States. He served as president of the Western Fairs Association in 1996 and was later inducted into Western Fairs Hall of Fame in 2004 and the Nevada County Fairs Hall of Fame in 2009. Ed served as a community leader in several other significant roles, building teamwork and promoting positive recreation of the youth in the region as president of the Grass Valley Little League, engaging with the business community as a former president of the Grass Valley Nevada County Chamber of Commerce, and putting service above self as a president and leader of the Rotary Club of Grass Valley South. Ed was elected to the Nevada County Board of Supervisors in 2008, further exemplifying his dedication to public service. Supervisor Schofield consistently exhibited through fiscal responsibility in his supervisory duties of financial reporting and budget allocation for the entire county. Ed was an advocate for the housing and business industry within the region and also focused on transportation by supporting improvements for the Highway 49 corridor and for his entire district. Moreover, throughout Supervisor Schofield's tenure on the board, he served on the California State Association of Counties as Nevada County's representatives, taking on a role of fiscal leadership by serving as the treasurer on its executive committee. The lifelong commitment to service and leadership of inspirational individuals like Supervisor Ed Schofield ensures that Nevada County is an amazing place to live, to work, to raise a family, and to retire. The impressive legacy Ed built in his career will be felt for years and will continue to benefit Nevada County. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, it is an honor to recognize Supervisor Ed Schofield for his life of service to the people of Nevada County, and it is a privilege to join the Grass Valley area in sending him my best wishes for a happy retirement. Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate Google Quantum AI on an astonishing accomplishment in the field of quantum computing. Its new Willow chip performed a computation that is truly mind-boggling, that is otherworldly, literally otherworldly, according to some. On the performance benchmark known as random circuit sampling, it performed a computation in under 5 minutes that would take one of today's fastest supercomputers 10 to the 25th years. That's 10 septillion years. You can see the number here. 10 followed by 25 zeros years. By the way, that is way longer than the age of the universe. That's how long it would take one of today's fastest supercomputers to perform the calculation that the Willow chip did in 5 minutes. The chip was built in California, in Santa Barbara, as part of Google Quantum AI's goal of, quote, building a useful, large-scale quantum computer that can harness quantum mechanics, the operating system of nature, to benefit society by advancing scientific discovery, developing helpful applications, and tackling some of society's greatest challenges. So how did they do it? Well, the key breakthrough here was something known as exponential quantum error correction. One of the major challenges to making a viable quantum computer has been the issue of errors, which occur when the units of computation, known as qubits, exchange information with their environments, and that contaminates the information that's actually needed for a computation. So the problem with building a quantum computer is that when you add more qubits, you get more errors, and you lose the special quantum quality that can be so powerful if properly harnessed. What's truly amazing about the Willow system is that the opposite has occurred. The more qubits that are used, the fewer errors there are. Indeed, as the grid of qubits scaled up in tests, there was actually an exponential decline in errors. So this breakthrough has brought practical applications of quantum computing with insight. And you know, it's been recognized for some time now that probably the two most world-changing technologies in development right now are AI and quantum computing. But they've sort of been proceeding at a different pace and a different level of visibility. AI is already transforming the world around us. We have hundreds of millions of people around the world using LLM chatbots and other systems. We have AI-powered driverless cars and countless other applications. And you have new releases from the leading labs every day. Indeed, Google released several new offerings just in the last few days when it comes to AI and Gemini, which is its LLM. ChatGPT, or OpenAI, is in the middle of a 12 Days of Christmas, where they do a new release every day. So people can see the progress that's happening with AI before our eyes, whereas the work in quantum computing has been done in labs in Santa Barbara, what they call the coldest place in the world because of the conditions they have to have there to try to make advances and to perform tests. And we haven't yet reached the stage of practical application. But that could be changing soon. And indeed, you could start to see where these two fields, quantum computing and AI, intersect in truly spectacular ways. I was intrigued by the words of Hartmut Nevin, who's the founder of Google Quantum AI and actually worked in AI before. And he was asked why it is that he changed fields. And he said this, he said, "My answer is that both will prove to be the most transformational technologies of our time, but advanced AI will significantly benefit from access to quantum computing," noting that quantum algorithms have fundamental scaling laws on their side, and this allows for the modeling of systems where quantum effects are important. And so some of the applications that he cites are helping us to discover new medicines, designing more efficient batteries, and accelerating progress in fusion and new energy alternatives. So I think that this is important for those of us who are here in Congress making policy, to be mindful of extraordinary developments like this, because we need to be attending not just to the needs of the present, but also thinking about the future. And based on exciting developments like the one Google Quantum AI has just announced, there is every reason to expect that the future may look very different in many ways than it does right now. So it behooves all of us to start thinking about how we prepare for how we start to prepare for it. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, very proud to have this opportunity to stand here and to address colleagues, persons who are within the chamber, as well as people who may be without, who are tuning in. I'm especially proud today, Mr. Speaker, because I have in my hand a fact sheet. This fact sheet comes from the White House, and this fact sheet is styled, President Biden announces clemency for nearly 1,500 Americans. I am so pleased that the President has done this. And Mr. President, if you hear me or if someone informs you, I want them to tell you that I support what you are doing. I have supported you as president. I think you have made a tremendous difference in the lives of a good many people in this country. I do believe history will be kind to you, and it will say to those who were not here at this time that you made a difference within your lifetime, and that means something to me. I'd like to read a few things from this fact sheet. Thereafter, I will go into something that is related in a very tangential way, but I'd like to go into something more. But first, from the fact sheet, it reads, today's announcement will commute the sentences of close to 1,500 individuals who were placed on home confinement and will pardon 39 individuals convicted of nonviolent crimes. Today, President Biden announced that he is granting clemency to nearly 1,500 Americans. Let me stop for just a moment. I'll come back to this, but 1,500 people will now have the opportunity to, in a sense, begin life anew. They will have a new promise that they can now address. And that promise is you can have great opportunities in this country if you play by the rules. Well, this helps them to demonstrate to the world that they are playing by the rules. It reads again, President Biden announced that he is granting clemency to nearly 1,500 Americans, the most ever in a single day. I'm sure that there are many presidents who have desired to do more. It's difficult to do all of the things that you want to do when you have so many things to do. This president has had many great things to accomplish. He did a great job with the pandemic. He did a great job when it comes to the infrastructure bill that eluded many others for years, perhaps even decades. He did a great job in appointing people to positions, to the United Nations, a female, to the Supreme Court, a female, a vice president that is a female, and he selected this person to run with him. He has done things that will make those who look upon this time, when they look through the vista of time back and they see us at this time, they will know that President Biden left great tracks in the sands of time so that we can know that he came one way and then he proceeded to do great things in other ways. He has done this for the most ever in a single day, who have shown successful rehabilitation and a strong commitment to making their communities safer. A strong commitment to making their communities safer. The president is commuting the sentences of close to 1,500 individuals who were placed on home confinement during the COVID-19 pandemic and who have successfully reintegrated into their families and communities. He is also pardoning 39 individuals who were convicted of nonviolent crimes. These actions represent the largest single-day grant of clemencies in modern history. Mr. President, I salute you. I commend you. I honestly believe that your desire is to do things that can benefit humankind, and you have demonstrated it in so many ways. But, Mr. President, I have an additional request. I have called it to your attention prior to this time, but I have this additional request. I have made the request here on the floor of the House of Representatives, and I make it again. I make this request because there are some people who have not been given the special treatment that others have received by virtue of the way they behaved. These persons are persons who lived many years ago. They are persons who suffered for some 246 years of enslavement. These are persons who have not been treated fairly by our country, Mr. President. They've not been treated fairly by this House of Representatives, Mr. President. They've not been treated fairly by the United States Senate, Mr. President. I can say these things, Mr. President, because I am an unbought, unbossed, unafraid, liberated member of Congress. And I want you to know that these persons, the persons who were enslaved, commenced with us, meaning the colonies, on August of 1619, when the first 20 persons were brought into slavery into the colonies. They've not been treated fairly, that first 20, nor have the many that followed, some more than 10 million. They've not been treated fairly. They have not been respected. And I'm asking for respect for the persons, these some 10 million persons, whose lives were sacrificed, not willingly, I might add, whose lives were sacrificed to make America the great country it is today. They were the economic foundational mothers and fathers of this country. They planted the seeds, harvested the crops. They served in the homes. They built roads and bridges. They helped to construct the White House. Their hands were involved in the construction of the Capitol. They have not been respected for what they have done, Mr. President. This House has not respected them. And by the way, when I say this House, that includes Republicans and Democrats. There are people who seem to think that I am somehow myopic and I only see what Republicans do and not do. There are Democrats who have not respected them as well. One way that they could be respected would be to simply sign on to a piece of legislation that would accord a congressional gold medal to these persons. A congressional gold medal, similar to what we did for the Confederate soldiers in 1956, as well as soldiers who represented the Union. Similar to what we did for them. We could do this for them. You can do this posthumously. This is not directed to you especially. I just want you to understand the condition as I'm speaking, Mr. President. Posthumously it can be done, and this House could do it. Just recently, this House last week accorded some special treatment for the victims of the Holocaust, those who were heroes of the Holocaust and heroines of the Holocaust. They were accorded some special treatment. A congressional gold medal was presented, will be presented to them. We passed the legislation to allow it to be done. This is the right thing to do. We should do this for those who were there to help the victims of the Holocaust. It is the righteous thing to do, more than the right thing. It's a righteous thing to do. I salute those who had a hands-on experience with causing this to happen. But for 246 years, those who were enslaved have not received a similar honor. Similar, not the same, because we're talking about now persons who last week were the heroes who helped them. I'm talking about the people who were the victims now. We have done things for the victims of the Holocaust that we've not done for persons who were victims of slavery. These two circumstances are not the same. They are both great crimes against humanity. That is what makes them similar. They are not the same. I don't say that the Holocaust is the same as slavery, and I don't say that slavery is the same as the Holocaust. They are two great crimes against humanity. But we have been more generous with our treatment of those who were victims of the Holocaust than we have been for those who were victims of enslavement for some 246 years. And it's time for that to change. I don't see the House doing anything to change it right away. And when I say the House, I'm talking about Democrats and Republicans. I don't see them doing anything right away. But, Mr. President, there's something you can do right away. You can accord those persons who suffered from the indignation and humiliation associated with slavery, with the harm, the pain, the suffering, the agonizing. You can do something for them. This is not all that should be done. But if you do this, you will show that their lives meant something to us, that it means something to you. And here is what you can do. You have, with the power of the pen and the will to do it, grant them the Presidential Medal of Freedom. It has been done posthumously for many others. It can be done posthumously for them. Let's show them that this country appreciates their 246 years of sacrifice, that they didn't labor forced into it, I might add, but that they didn't labor in vain, that somebody appreciates the fact that they were the economic foundational mothers and fathers of this country. Somebody appreciates the fact that we stand on their labor. What they did to lay the foundation for what we are today still benefits those of us who are here today. And Mr. President, I would ask kindly, humbly, and from the bottom and depth of my heart and soul that you would give them the Presidential Medal of Freedom. It would make a difference in terms of how they are viewed. Maybe, if it's done, we can get people in Texas to cease with this notion that the enslavement of some more than 10 million people was somehow a benefit to them. No benefit to people to be enslaved, but there are people in Texas who seem to think so. If you would do this, it would help us to better understand that we can now start to move forward to do the things that would show the respect for them that we have shown for the victims of the Holocaust. In Texas, for edification purposes, though there may be some who don't know, there are people who believe that the enslavement of these more than 10 million people was involuntary relocation. Involuntary relocation. That's not what it was. It was kidnapping. It wasn't involuntary relocation. It was placing people on ships and treating them like cargo. Some of them stripped, chained. It wasn't involuntary relocation. It was forcing them against their will to leave their families. And by the way, there were Africans who were involved in this trade too. I'm leaving nobody out. They were forced, taken away from their families by force. Some of them taken away by African people who then traded them into slavery. And then they were traversed across the Atlantic. And when they arrived, they were not treated and welcomed with any degree of dignity. Women were raped. Men were brutalized, lynched. The Supreme Court in this country indicated that they had no rights that a white man had to respect. They were disrespected by the Supreme Court. They were disrespected by President Johnson when he decided he would abandon the whole notion of some sort of recompense for them. And they have been disrespected throughout history. To this day, they have been disrespected. They were taken to various places sold on the auction blocks, children separated from mothers and fathers, husbands separated from wives. They had no rights. You could do whatever you wanted to them if you were the master. They have been disrespected. Mr. President, I beseech you, I implore you, show them some respect and grant them the Presidential Medal of Freedom. I will still continue to bring to the attention of the members of this House the fact that they but only have to sign on to a document that is necessary for the House to do what it can to grant them the Congressional Gold Medal. I will continue to present it. And for those who would like to know who signed on, I've had people to ask me, why don't you announce who signed on and who hasn't? I'm not doing it, but the record speaks for itself. For those who'd like to know, the record speaks for itself. I'm not trying to make friends. I'm trying to make sure that people are respected who have earned the respect that they richly deserve. And I want them to know that there's at least one person who's going to fight for them. I want them to know they're not here. How can they possibly know? Well, know in the sense that I believe that if I do this, somehow the times will change such that they will benefit even after they have had their demise. They will still benefit from what we're doing. So, and then, by the way, I'm not alone. I said I'm one person. I want to let you know that there are others. We have 125 people who have signed on to this request for the Congressional Gold Medal. 125 out of 435. Now, there are people who would prefer that the Al Greens of the world who would bring these things to the forefront wait until they are ready to see this happen. They have a timetable that they've set for it. And sometimes in the timetable, it involves doing it maybe 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now. Let's just make sure we do it when the people who are unbought, unbossed, and unafraid are not around so that they won't be able to say, I was able to help get that done. There is some notion that you don't have to do this until there is some event that might occur in the life of the person who's presenting it, and then you can do it afterwards. Well, I'm not going to allow that to cause me to believe that I should just wait and let things work out and let it happen. I'm not that kind of guy. I want to see it happen in my lifetime. I want to see this happen while I'm still in this House of Representatives. If it can happen for the persons who are victims of the Holocaust, meaning they can get, there are people who can bring legislation and get it passed, then it ought to happen for those persons who are enslaved. We ought to be able to bring legislation that relates to them and get it passed too. For some reason, and I know what it is, for some reason, we will do for the victims of the Holocaust what we will not do for those who are victims of enslavement in this country. And now for the reason. It is easy to look through the window of life and be critical because you're looking into someone else's life. In this case, you're looking into another country when we deal with the Holocaust. It's easy to do that, to look into the window of life and be critical, to talk about what happened to our Jewish brothers and sisters. And I'm as critical as anybody in terms of what happened to them. It was wrong. It should never have happened. I have stood and fought for them to be properly respected. I have voted for the legislations, the pieces of legislation that relate to the Holocaust. I have gone to events. I've been to Yad Vashem in Israel. I've been associated with the Holocaust in Houston, Texas, the Holocaust Museum. I believe it happened, I know it happened, and I know that we'll never be able to do enough to make sure that it never happens again. But we do that by looking through the window of life. When it comes to the enslavement of people in this country, we have to look into the mirror of life. The window of life is clear, it's translucent. You can see into it clearly and through it, into the lives of others. But the mirror of life is blurred. We don't want to see the reflection in the mirror of life, because that reflection is us. We are the people in the mirror of life. And we have to now examine ourselves. We don't want to admit that slavery even occurred in this country. It's easy to say that something happened in a horrific way someplace else, but it's hard to acknowledge that it happened here in the United States of America, the country that boasts liberty and justice for all, the country that says, bring us the masses and you're yearning to be free, come to these shores and enjoy that freedom. Not in those exact words, talking about the Statue of Liberty and the words sketched on that statue. I am saying to you that we have to now look into the mirror of life. And we have to acknowledge that these things happened. And we can acknowledge that if we can look into that same mirror of life and grant the Confederate soldiers who were the enslavers, if we can grant them a Congressional Gold Medal, surely we can do the same for the enslaved. But it's difficult. It's difficult. By the way, again, I'm not talking just about Republicans. I'm talking about Democrats and Republicans who refuse to see in the mirror of life the necessity to do for the victims of 246 years of slavery, to see the necessity to do for them what we have done for victims of the Holocaust. Maybe not the same thing, but similar things. Similar things. My hope is, Mr. President, that you can help us change this by simply signing the necessary documentation to grant them the Presidential Medal of Freedom. I just hope that there's somebody who will take what I've said today to the President. Now, I've already delivered the message prior to this, but I don't think you can deliver a message too many times when it's something that is of necessity. And this is of necessity. It's of necessity that the people in this country respect those who were enslaved. We have not done it. And I would add, respect them to the same extent, maybe in different ways, but similar ways, as we respect the victims of the Holocaust. It is time for the United States of America, all within, to examine the mirror of life and critique ourselves for what we have done for 246 years. That was 246 years of enslavement, but it was followed by other things, black codes, followed by convict leasing, followed by lawful, legal segregation, which was another form of racism, followed by invidious discrimination. All of these things have taken place, and what happened on August the 20th of 1619, when the first 20 persons were brought here and placed into enslavement, what happened then still has an impact on what's happening now, because there's been no recompense, there's been no justice for these millions of people that have made America the country it is. I say made. Someone would say, well, they didn't do it by themselves. Let me just revise that and say, help to make America the great country it is. But there's no question that millions suffered. There's no question that the suffering lasted for more than 246 years. And there is no question that we have disrespected them for what they have done. Because I say for what they've done, because there are many people who see them as the culprits. They see the enslaved people as the perpetrators. I don't understand that mentality, but it exists. So they blame them for what they have done for being enslaved. And the only thing they did was resist, a good many. Nobody wanted to be enslaved. But people will tend to blame the victims. And for too long, we who have had the opportunity to do something about it, we have been victims in the sense that we have bought into the notion that this is not something that needs to be addressed now. This can be addressed later on. For 246 years, it wasn't addressed while they were enslaved, and it hasn't been addressed since that time. So, in a sense, the people who are doing nothing about it have been victims of a society that disrespects the victims of slavery. I'm sorry I have to be the bearer of truth, but somebody has to do what I am doing currently. I regret having to say these things to people, but people need to know from somebody that this is wrong. And we ought to have the courage to do something about it as opposed to wanting to do something about the messenger. Rather than deal with the message, they'd rather deal with the messenger. Deal with the message. The messenger didn't create the circumstance that requires the message to be brought to your attention. Deal with the message. Look into the mirror of life. Don't be a perfect victim yourself and be silent on something as salient as this issue. This is one of the great issues of our time, and it will be one of the great issues of our time until it has been confronted. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand here. I'm still proud to say that I am a citizen of the United States of America. I'm proud to say that I salute the flag. I say the Pledge of Allegiance. I sing the national anthem. I stand for the national anthem. I stand to salute the flag. I place my hand over my heart when I salute the flag. I'm not one of those people who hates this country. I love the country. That's why I do what I do, to make it a better country. I'm trying to live up to the more perfect union that we all believe this country can become. So, Mr. Speaker, I want you to know that as a person who's proud to be a citizen of the United States of America, notwithstanding all of the things that have happened here and the things that it has done to me personally, when I was a son of the segregated South, and I had to go to the back door and sit in the back of the bus, stand in the back of the line, get locked up in the bottom of the jail if I were arrested, sit in the balcony of the movie. I want you to know that I still believe that the words we have seen and read in the Constitution, the Jeffersonian Independence Declaration, the Madisonian Constitution, I think these words can make a difference. And I'm going to fight to make to use these words to make a difference. And I believe, Mr. President, that you can do this. Please grant the enslaved the Presidential Medal of Freedom. I thank you, and I yield back my time, Mr. Speaker.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I now move to adjourn.
The question on the motion is to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday next for the morning hour debate.